Good evening. I would like to welcome everyone to the Monday, November 8th Mayor and City Council meeting. And I would like to ask our Rec Commission Chair, Deb Ewing, to lead us in the pledge. Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. The next item on the agenda is under the mayor's report, which, oops, I'm sorry, I just skipped right over the consent. I apologize. I was getting ahead of myself. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. And for the record, Councilmember Judy is not in attendance this evening. He has an excused absence. Now we'll move on to the mayor's report, which the first item is reading a proclamation for Veterans Day. Whereas in 1921, the unknown soldier was buried on a Virginia hillside in Arlington National Cemetery overlooking the Potomac River in the city of Washington, D.C. The site of this burial in Arlington National Cemetery symbolizes the dignity and reverence of America's veterans. And whereas these memorial gestures took place in England and France on November 11th, giving universal recognition to the celebrated ending of World War I at 11 a.m. on November 11th of 1918. And whereas on May 13th, Congress declared that the 11th day of November each year will be a legal holiday, a day to be dedicated to the cause of world peace, and a day of celebration to honor Americans' veterans for their patriotism, the love of our country, and the willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. And whereas Veterans Day is a day to thank our veterans for their service to our country and acknowledge their contributions to our national security, we would like to honor those who have served and sacrificed for our country today, November 11th, and every day. And whereas the City of Roswell is proud to acknowledge our veterans who are employed by the city. Now therefore I, Lori Henry, Mayor of this City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim November 11th, 2021 as Veterans Day in the City of Roswell and urge all citizens to recognize the sacrifices and dedication of our veterans today and throughout the year. Is there anyone in the audience that's a veteran? I would love for you to stand up, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is the approval of a Historic Preservation Commission appointment, Andrew Shepard. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. And the last item under the mayor's report is the transportation process updates. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I'd like to start to go through some of the items that we've been working on the transportation report that was brought to us from Gerard and Davis for the mayor and council's consideration. The first one that we've been talking about is a project manager and how the project manager should function. And you will see there will be a presentation tonight. This was brought to the last committee meeting on October 27th, and we'll be making a presentation tonight on that particular recommendation. That also goes along with, partially with the second recommendation for the project progression. The project manager part will be presented tonight. The next item, the acquisition policy for low value properties. We have a resolution, a draft resolution in place. You all will be seeing that tonight, November 8th, for your consideration. The right-of-way outside services where the city of Roswell should consider procuring a right-of-way firm for projects. In discussions with our RDOT director, that is already in place. So as of 11/8/21 tonight, this item is currently a standard procedure, so that one is completed also. Right-of-way staff coordination. Right-of-way staff should coordinate with the project manager, the engineering manager when meeting property owners about design issues and negotiation. Design changes should be completed by the engineer of record. Again, in speaking with the transportation interim director and his staff, the current right-of-way staff does report now to the engineering manager and coordinates with the project manager anytime that they are meeting with property owners about design issues and the negotiation for when they meet with them. And the same thing goes for the right-of-way staff reporting. The right-of-way staff does report to the engineering manager and coordinates with the project manager about any design issues while they're meeting with the property owners. That date is 11/8/21, which is today. There's three new ones that I want to talk about. The negotiations approach. The city of Roswell should enter all negotiations for right-of-way and easements for transportation projects with property owners following the Uniform Act. And with that approach, there is a potential for condemnation. You will see some of that discussed in the resolution this evening. All three of these go together on December 14th of 21, which will be a committee meeting for administration. This item will be presented, a resolution for condemnation as negotiation tool for land acquisition. And I think that is our update. So we have a couple new ones that are on here as we're moving forward. And we also have a couple that have now been completed. And Mayor, as you have told staff that we will be completing all of these, and I think we're making progress to work through this report.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Does council have any questions? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, please come forward.
Hi, Jason Yowell, 5010 Old Oak Trace. This is all well and good, but there's an important piece missing in all the talk about right-of-way acquisition, and that is that there should be an emphasis on all design work should have a priority to minimize the need for right-of-way acquisition. If you don't have that, you end up with a mess. You end up with extended timelines. You end up with additional costs that could be avoided if you had better design with an eye to not needing more right-of-way than is necessary with prudent design. And Oxbow, I think, is emblematic of the fact that you have anything but prudent design. It should have been a simple intersection improvement. I won't go into all the details, all the pieces where it went wrong. The focus of the investigation, being that it was a law firm, was on the legal failures. But you've got design failures that didn't get nearly as much play, even though they were mentioned. But right away acquisition, I mean, we're still waiting to find out how the city managed to close on a piece of property that it had to buy again from the actual owner. And I think we're entitled to be told why no report on how that happened has been made to the public. We are entitled to know what efforts the city is making to recover that money, and that's not being answered either. And I think we're entitled to an answer to that one. That's a big one. And most of that, one particular piece was, it was two little triangles of right-of-way, all of 1,400 square feet. You paid $300,000 for it the first go-around. The second go-around, you added $75,000 for demolition, and then you also added another freebie in terms of the stormwater detention. The original agreement, they were going to pay a proportionate share of that facility, and this one, they just get a free ride. So not only did you pay for the thing twice, but you had to pay more the second time because you didn't do it right the first time. And wow, we're entitled to know what's going on. Nobody ever wants to answer that. All the report from Jared and Davis did was talk about that it happened. Didn't say why it happened, didn't say what happened to the money, and it didn't say what efforts are being made to recover the money. And don't even get me started about the hardware store acquisition. That was mind-boggling. I mean, you paid $3 million for a third of an acre. Then you paid another $2.5 million, supposedly to settle a lawsuit that had never been filed. And I've read the contract. There were no liquidated damages. There were no punitive damages specified. And yet you sold it as though we had this huge lawsuit looming, this huge liability. And it wasn't true. But we deserve answers, and we're not getting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? I'll bring it back to council. Any additional comments from council? And Mr. Fisher, do you need any direction from council on this, or just strictly informational?
No, ma'am, this is just informational. We'll just continue working on these recommendations.
Okay, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is Administration of Finance Department. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item number 4, presentation of the project management standard operating procedure. This is presented by Michael Fisher, Deputy City Administrator.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilsey. This is a item that was based on a recommendation from Gerard and Davis report, and staff was requested to develop a standard operating procedure for project management. I just want to present to you that procedure has been completed. You have in your backup documentation the city's standard operating procedure for project management that I think is very detailed. It is going to be undertaken by actually each department as we move forward in project management, particularly in transportation. There's some other things that are directly associated with transportation that all project managers will be required to read. Of course, the City of Roswell Project Management Guidelines of 2017 prior to being assigned as a project manager for any city project. And then the project managers will also attend any future training offered by the city. Another item is that all transportation project managers shall attend the local administered project certification classes. These are offered through Georgia Department of Transportation. Then another item will be that all transportation project managers are encouraged to seek project management professional certification, that's the PMP certification, during their employment with the city. This is an industry standard. It's very common, but it is very significant training. It does take a lot of time and a lot of effort to achieve this, but we will be promoting that throughout our project management staff in transportation and hopefully in other areas as we move forward. So I just wanted to present to you that there are some operating procedures that are currently being undertaken by the City of Roswell, by your staff for project management to make sure that we're taking a professional approach to project management as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Does council have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Wilsey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fisher. Can you tell us a little bit about what the, I guess, reporting and management process is for the project manager? Does the project manager report to the director of the department and then ultimately to the administration or city administrator? What is that process, I guess, from a checks and balances and reporting standpoint?
From a reporting standpoint, yes, it'll start out at the department level, but the project manager is the manager, this sounds very elementary. The project manager is the manager for the project. So once a project is started and a project manager is identified and trained, that project manager is the voice, the decision maker for that project. Now, with that being said, there will be times that project manager, of course, will be coordinating with other staff within the department as well as their department director and at times, not only the city administrator, but mayor and council also. But ultimately, that project manager is the one who makes the final decisions and has the authority to make final decisions on a project.
But there is a system of, I guess, built-in checks and balances throughout the process.
Absolutely.
Every step of the way.
Absolutely. They don't work on their own.
Right.
They coordinate with others, and there is a process for that, but they are the voice for the project. There's not 2 or 3 people directing a contractor, a consultant to do something on a project. There's one voice that is the voice of the department of the city.
Thank you.
Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Zapata?
Thank you, Mayor. So, thank you, Mr. Fisher, for the presentation. I'm a little, maybe you can clarify for me. I see that this project management guide is from December 2017. So, are we presenting today something that was revised on December 6, 2017?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and this is 100% operational?
Yes, yes.
So
It's a very thorough project management guide that was developed in-house, and we're presenting it tonight to let you know that that is now our standard operating procedure to follow in projects.
Okay.
Where before today, it was a guide that was out there for assistance. We're going to follow that guide from now on.
So it was sitting in a shelf or somewhere there and that nobody really
It was not adopted.
implemented
It was
or
not adopted
used or-
operationally to be used on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, please come forward.
Jason Yowell, I'm not sure if I heard correctly. Do we not have anyone who is certified to be a project manager at RDOT? If that's the case, then I think it's time for a hard pause on everything that RDOT is working on. Hard pause, stop the jobs, because if you don't have anyone qualified, then you really have to stop. Thank you.
That you would like to speak?
Yes, just very briefly, 2 points. Appreciate Mr. Yal's concern. Appreciate the concern voiced by the member of the public, Mr. Yal. We do have members of the Transportation Department that have been through the training program. Not enough. We will have all of our project managers run through that program in the very near future. There are, throughout the city, at least, I would say, 12 to 15 professionals who have been through the training and who are practicing those procedures daily.
Thank you, Mr. Skalsky. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak? I'll bring that back to council. Additional comments from council? And I believe we can go on to the next item. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you. Item number 5, approval of a resolution to adopt an acquisition policy for low-value properties, presented by Michael Fisher.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilsey. This, again, is based on the recommendation from the Gerard and Davis report. Staff was requested to bring forward a policy that would legally allow the city to acquire property without appraisals from low-valued properties. So you have a resolution before you to be adopted tonight With land values of less than $500, the city would go ahead and offer $500 for that piece of land. For a land value of less than $10,000, the Federal Uniform Act would be required, but an appraisal would not be required. For land value up to $25,000, GDOT allows acquisition based on the data book values without an appraisal. Land value over $25,000, full appraisals are required. And we have a resolution that reflects those items before you tonight, and our recommendation is for approval of that resolution.
Council have any questions for Mr. Fisher? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir.
One man's low-value property acquisition is another man's bonanza. If you come to me and you want a couple of feet from my property, it's not going to be a low-value acquisition. It's not going to be a low-value acquisition because it's not reasonable to do an appraisal based on the aggregate value of the property and reduce it to a square foot price based on the little piece that you want to take. There is an adverse impact to the underlying value of the property. If you're taking it, it means the road's coming closer to somebody's property and it is going to be devaluing it. So, I'm sorry, I just think it's kind of a curious thing that you got going there. Basically, it sounds to me like a license to steal after giving away the store to certain select individuals.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Janet Russell, Roswell resident since 1973. I'm a little concerned. We go from $500 to $10,000. I don't even think a mailbox is valued at $500 in Roswell. Everything's so expensive. So my concern is, who determines that something's only worth $500? And what if the person that owns that isn't that savvy and doesn't know anything or doesn't understand the process and gets screwed by the city? Because it happens. Unfortunately, I've seen it happen over and over again. And it's usually to a certain group of people. And if you look at that report that we got, and I read all 25 pages, I felt like I was back in college editing doctoral dissertations like I did to put myself through school. The people that got the lowest amounts of money had a common denominator. And I'll let you figure that one out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? I'll bring this back to council. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve item number 5.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Wilsey. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Wilsey.
Item number 6, approval for the mayor and our city administrator to sign a contract with Bureau Veritas Technical Assessments, LLC, for professional services for the Facilities Condition Assessment and the Americans with Disabilities Transition Plan in the amount of $575,609.20. This was deferred from the October 25th Mayor and Council meeting. Presented by Michael Fisher.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilsey. So this is the FCA and the ADA plan. It's a refresh for the FCA along with some new areas of the city added to it, and then also the ADA transition plan. The inventory will include municipal government buildings, fire stations, rec and park facilities, as well as park-related assets and infrastructure, the law enforcement center, storage buildings, HVAC systems, electrical systems, plumbing fixtures and systems, and public right-of-ways, sidewalks, crosswalks, and et cetera. So Bureau Veritas was the highest-ranking proposer to do this work. At the last meeting, there was some questions that were brought up during the during the presentation. I have answers, I think, to most of those, so I'd like to go over those to start with so that you have those answers available. The first question that was brought up was if we just do maybe the ADA portion and not the FCA portion at this time, would the contractor be willing to do that, and what would the price be? The contractor would break that up. There would be an increase to the ADA portion if we do that one first of $72,709. The majority of the work is going to be doubled by the staff that comes out to do the work. So there will be an increase of $72,000, but they are amenable to breaking it up and doing part of it now and maybe part of it in the future. The next question was looking at the number of man-hours for the project, an estimate of the man-hours. They gave a very specific estimate of 4,856 man-hours. If we take the price of the refresh that they provided and divide by those hours, it comes out to $117.92 per man-hour, so about $118 per hour for their service. The question was asked, are there other cities around us that do this type of assessment work? And the city of Alpharetta does not. Milton is developing a program right now. As you all know, Milton is a very new city. Most of their buildings have been fairly new, and what they have run into now is they've started running into maintenance issues that are coming up with their capital assets. So they are in the process now of developing a plan as we have. Sandy Springs actually does a plan like we do, and it's actually a subsidiary of Bureau Veritas that does their work right now, and Johns Creek did not respond. Another question was asked was, is this a best practice for the city, and are there other associations that would consider this a best practice? And there certainly is. GFOA, which is Georgia Finance Officers Association, has this listed as a best practice for local, state, and provincial governments. They say they should establish a system for assessing these capital assets and then appropriately plan and budget for any capital maintenance and replacement needs. So that is exactly what the FCA does, and it is a best practice according to GFOA. I think the last question that I had down was, where are we in the plan? So currently we have $5.3 million of deficiencies or projects in the plan. That's out of a total of 19.9, almost $20 million that we've been working through over the last 10 years. So that's about 27% left over. It averages out to about 10% per year. We have the 2 years, if you consider FY22 and then FY23, which is as far out as we have projects. If you consider those 2 years, that's about 20% that we have remaining. So there's about a 7% outstanding difference between where we started and where we're at today. So we have worked this plan and that's on a dollar amount. Some of that may be savings. It's just a difference in how much money is still estimated for all the projects. But with that said, we have about 7% outstanding after 10 years, and I think we've done a really good job of managing the program along the way, so it's not something that we're asking to have done and not put it to good use. So I think those are the questions that were asked and the answers that you all had asked about, and the recommendation is for Bureau Veritas Technical Assessments to do the FCA refresh and the ADA transition plan for $572,609.20.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Does council have any questions? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I understood correctly, we still have 5.3 million to do from the to-do list from 2015 when we have the last assessment?
Correct.
Okay, so we still have 5.3 million to go.
Correct.
So that is good. So the other thing was about because again, in 2015, we pay $161,000 for the assessment. Today, they're asking for $240,000 and maybe $312,000 for if we just do the ADA. So, you know, the cost went double for the assessment. We have only one company who was bidding, and then the second one didn't qualify on the process, I believe, or there were only two maybe who made a bid. And the other point is about the software. You know, I was explained that reason is almost double that you was in 2015 was because the company who did it is gone, software is gone. We need to have the new company doing the survey with the new software. So my question here is, can we get this software as a propriety for the city of Roswell so we don't run in the future that if the company is gone or wants to charge whatever they want because we have to be tied to the software? Is any software that we can acquire that is property of the city of Roswell so we can, in the future, decide which service company can do the update or upgrade of the assessment? And also, we can also edit in the future if we have new infrastructure that we want to add it to the software to keep it on the radar. So is this possible? Because paying double of what we pay in 2015, you know, is hard to understand. So, you know, I don't want to do the same mistake that then this company in 6 years, either they don't want to bid, they're gone, or they come with a crazy bid just because we have the software that we're using from them. So how are we addressing this point?
So the software is proprietary to the contractor, and we don't pay double for the software. It's just the software that they provide. What we're paying for is the deficiencies in the list that is on that software. So what we paid for originally, we got. So this other company that we used before provided a particular software that was populated with $19 million worth of projects, and we're working through those, and we have all of that. So just because they went out of business, the next company wouldn't use that software anyway. That's just how they present the deficiencies to us, and it's our way of managing it. So no matter what company we go with, they all have their own software. That's not what cost more. What cost double this time is the fact that it's a brand new company, so they're coming in and doing a full assessment, and then we added all of our recreation and park infrastructure, and then, of course, the ADA is something that is separate. But the cost value that went up in the FCA is the fact that we added so many more things to it, and they're doing a full assessment. It's not just them coming in and doing a refresh. So we saved a lot of money the last time we did a refresh because we already had that company. They already knew our buildings, and they were able to come in and do assessments on any of our new buildings and then look and see where we were at in regards to completing the deficiencies, and they moved that out to these years that we're working on it now. But the software isn't something that we just use and anybody can get on. They actually populate the software, and then we use that. So Bureau Veritas has their own software, and if we contract with them, when we're done with their program, there's nothing, the software is useless because we've done all of the deficiencies. It's just a management tool.
Well, thanks for but that is something that eventually the city will do every 5 years.
Correct.
So you look what was proposed 5 years ago, you look how much you accomplished, and you know how much is left and how much you need to accomplish that you already accomplished, but you have to move forward another 5 years. So, should be another way that you can update or upgrade or refresh this assessment for less money. Because we know, you might add a few buildings, you might add a few properties maybe, but pretty much 99% is the same. So you know what you did, what you didn't do up to date. Today is 5.3 million. And you knew that things you did 3 years ago, you might have to do it again in 5 years. So why we have to pay that much money for something that should be a routine? And then if you find a new asset or new infrastructure, you just put it on the software. Let's say you buy a new turf, synthetic turf for the soccer field. You know they have maybe 7, 10, 12 years life. So you put it there so you know in 7 years, so we are getting close to replace that. I don't need a consultant to come back here and say, hey, you put this 7 years ago, maybe in 2 or 3 years you have to do it again. I mean, doesn't make sense. And on top of that, paying that much money to do that. The ADA is a different story because that is more specific, that never have been done, I understand, in the past. So that is a different story. But to refresh the existing assessment we have from 2015 moving forward, I think that today paying double and only one company bid on that, when I'm sure it's many in the United States of America, I don't know, it's hard. It's hard to understand.
Well, I think I mentioned the last time I was up here, one company bid, we went all over the United States looking for companies. I can't make a company bid on a product. We find that across the board right now. Contractors aren't bidding on a lot of projects right now. And we got 2 companies that bid. One of them was the responsive and best bidder, and that's who we went with, and they're one of the best. They do it in other cities around us, and they answered all of our questions extremely well. So, they're a good company, and whether it's 1 or whether it's 10, I think Bureau Veritas would be our recommendation. I wish it was as easy, Councilmember Zapata, as you see it, where we can just repeat stuff over and over, but there's life cycle costs, there's usage. They come out here for a reason. They come out and look at our equipment. They look at our buildings. Some buildings get used a lot more than others, and they put into a plan how we can keep that building going. I don't want to replace a turf field in 7 years if it'll go 10 years. I can do that, but that's not the best use of our money. I need somebody to come out here and do an assessment of those assets and tell us every 5 years what's left, what kind of condition it's in. We can do it in-house, but it's going to be very reactive. It's just going to be putting it down and doing the same thing all the time. I want to know how that asset is living, how it's doing, and if I don't need to replace it, I don't want to replace it. If I can just do some maintenance on it and keep it going longer without bleeding to death because we have to nickel and dime ourselves, then I want to do that. If it's to the end of its life, I want to replace it. But I need somebody to tell me that. I don't know when an HVAC system on the roof of this building needs to be replaced or not. And just because one's replaced in 5 years, there's other reasons it could last a lot longer than that. And I think that's why we go out for a contractor to keep an eye on our capital assets for us.
Additional comments from council? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. So the Atkins North America, not the highest ranked proposal, if you could elaborate what kicked them out, and also who does Sandy Springs and Alpharetta use?
So Alpharetta doesn't do a program. They react to when there's issues with their buildings, they just fix them.
Then who is Milton using? Is that the
Milton
one?
is developing one right now. So their buildings are just getting to that age to where they need something. And I don't know the name of the company for Sandy Springs, but they said it was a subsidiary of Bureau Veritas. So it may have been before their name is what it is. I don't know the answer to that, but they did say it was a part of Bureau Veritas. So I'm not sure about that. And I do not have the information as to why the other one was kicked out. Purchasing handles that.
Councilmember Hall, did you have additional follow-up?
No, thank you very much.
Additional comments, questions from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am.
Janet Russell. 2 weeks ago, I remember when this was presented before mayor and council, and I had some giant questions. And I made a couple of suggestions about how this problem could be solved in a simple manner. And I guess no one had thought of them. They were so common sense. I guess if common sense was so common, it wouldn't be such a surprise. But I think that to pay $572,000 for a one-time peak at everything every 5 years is a flagrant waste of money. Last week or 2 weeks ago, the cost of the facilities maintenance and the ADA were separated. The price was separated. Tonight, Mr. Fisher has mentioned that if they separated the costs out, it would be $72,000. I believe that would be, if I'm incorrect, $72,000 more than what was projected last week, 2 weeks ago, which was about $360,000. So would it be 400 and something thousand then if we separated the ADA out? He was not clear with that. He had a lot of numbers, but it was very misleading to say that the ADA only costs us $72,000 because that is incorrect. It is incorrect. So I had suggested that if you're going to spend $400,000 to have everybody take a look one time in 5 years, pull the curtain back and peek, why doesn't this city just hire an ADA compliance officer for $60,000 a year? And it's ongoing all the time, not one peak every 5 years, so that if a handle falls off in a bathroom of a handicapped accessible bathroom on a Monday and they inspected it on the previous Friday, they won't come back for 5 years. The handle will sit there for 5 years because when they looked at it, it was perfectly fine. That doesn't make any sense. We need, for the money we're going to spend, we could have somebody taking a peek every day around this city at all of our ADA compliance. And it is extremely important that our city be available to all of our residents. You know how I am about that. I just think what a flagrant waste of money to pull back the curtain on everything one time for $400,000 and wait 5 years till the next peak. The other part, the facilities maintenance, the Parks and Rec Department, we've all agreed that the city, we have the most wonderful parks, but they're getting old. A lot of the facilities are getting old. We also have some fantastic Rec and Parks employees who are out in the field. These were the unsung heroes for the last 18 months during this pandemic. While everybody else got to work in their pajamas from home, they got to go out and clean the parks and make the buildings fine so that we would have mental health that was healthy. So I suggested that you give an incentive to those employees when they spot something that is deficient, they turn it into the city. And each time they get the equivalent of a raffle ticket. I just use that as an example. So that each quarter, say this man or woman finds 20 things wrong and turns them in, and this person finds 5, and it all goes into a hat. And you, like when you buy raffle tickets, whoever finds the most has the better chance, and you give them an incentive of $1,000 per month or per quarter. Now, if you did it per quarter, that would be $4,000 a year. That would be 80 years of inspections, not one time every 5 years. And it would be ongoing. And I use as an example this. About 3 years ago, before Mr. Leatherman became the director, we had some improvements. I put them in air quotes because they were terrible at the Roswell pool. That was just awful. It was awful. But the diving boards hadn't been repaired, and there's some stuff that prevents you from slipping when you dive. And parents were coming up to me because I go to that pool every day, and they said, Janet, these things are so slippery. The kids are slipping when they dive off. So I contacted the previous director, and he came out and he said, well, you know, we're on a 5-year inspection plan, and they're not due for a couple more years. And I said, great, because we have a diving competition this weekend. The kids can slip and get a concussion. At that time, Kay Love was our city administrator. When I mentioned concussion and litigation, guess what got fixed the next day? The diving boards. Good thing we didn't wait another 3 years for the 5-year inspection. So I'm just telling you, you're wasting your money. Give our employees who work so hard a great incentive. I spoke to one and I asked him what he thought, and he thought it was a great idea. Just so you know, Delta Airlines did the same thing for their employees a few years ago. They got an extra free flight or something. Nothing empowers people like an incentive that says you're worth it and we're going to pay you for your observations. Stop trivializing what these people do because they're not behind a computer in an office. I really would like to know what the total is for the ADA because Mr. Fisher was not complete with that. And as far as project manager goes, to the previous statement, duh, I've been the project manager for this city for half the RDOT stuff because they couldn't connect 2 dots. And I just have one further question. 2015 was the last 5-year report, and we've only completed $5.5 million worth of projects, and that was 6 years ago, and it was how many millions? And so we got $11 million worth of stuff that still needs to be fixed. What the hell are we doing?
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to? Yes, sir, please come forward.
Is this a legally mandated study? Oh,
For the record.
Jason Yowell.
Thank you.
Is this a legally mandated study? Because
Well, as soon as everyone's done speaking, I'll have Mr. Fisher come back up.
okay, because if it's not a legally mandated study, it's a colossal waste of money. I mean, you know where you stand from the last study. You're working your way down the list. How about you just complete the list before you do another study? Or like Janet said, you have your people in-house study the areas that are within their purview. This is just, you got to stop hiring consultants to do the jobs of people that already work here. It's just not logical. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Mr. Fisher, can you clarify some of the information and answer the questions? Thank you.
So we don't have $11 million that we haven't done. We have $5.3 million left in this particular study, and we have 2 years, basically, the rest of FY '22 and '23. We average about $2 million a year, so we're pretty much on track to finish up maybe 7% or so difference on the dollar amounts. Some of that may have been savings. We may not ever get the total dollar amount, but we're getting the projects done. At the end of this current fiscal year, without any more funding, we're only going to have $19,000 left in the account, which means we're using up all of our money. So out of a total of $19.9 million, we have $5.3 million left to use over the next 2 years. So we're almost done with the program, almost 100%. We're very close to that. The actual cost that was given for the FCA portion was $331,896. The ADA portion was $240,712.51. for a total of $572,609.20. That's it. It's just those 3 things, those 3 numbers. If, and this was a question that was asked by Mayor and Council after the last meetings, if we broke up doing the ADA now and the FCA later, will there be additional cost? The answer is yes. There will be an additional $72,709 that will be put onto, if we do the ADA first, the ADA contract, which will move ADA up to $313,421.71. So that, I think, clears up all of the questions about dollar amounts. Is this a legal study? The FCA portion is not. It is a best practice for cities and state governments to be able to assess their capital needs. The ADA portion is a certification that we certify, the city certifies every year for federal dollars, that we have an ADA transition plan. We have done some ADA work each year, so that certification is okay, but this is a true ADA transition plan. So when we're asked for certifications in the future on federal funds, we can not only say we have the plan, but we can show them the work that is being done. And every year we get asked specifically to see our plan, and we show a couple of projects that we've done in our budget, and we've been allowed to do that. I don't think that's what we ought to be doing. We should have an ADA transition plan. If we're going to certify that we have it, we should be working that plan. So it is, in my mind, something that's required. The FCA is a best practice and something that we manage every year.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Do we have additional comments? Yes, Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fisher. Just to clarify another question that I heard from the audience, just what you're looking for with this facility assessment is big picture, long-term capital maintenance type requirements, such as updating elevators, we talked about that today, upgrading roofs, and really big picture things that have a significant degree of wear over time. This is not the same as someone noticing that a bathroom fixture is broken or that a light fixture, that a light bulb needs to be replaced, correct? I mean, that's something that's going on in-house by city employees across the board every day.
Yes, those are repairs. We
Right.
actually have repair budgets where we repair things when they're broke.
Right.
We don't leave things broken. This is a plan to help us maintain our capital assets. It's very proactive, it is not reactive. And it is a big picture, but the degree of detail is amazing. It's paint, it's wall coverings, it's floor coverings, it's HVAC units, it's electrical panels, it's elevator. In the future, we'll have elevator operational issues that go in there also. But it is everything that has to do with the maintenance of our capital assets. It's not repairs. We want to maintain it so the repairs don't eat us up with cost. That's why we want to do this, and that's why we've done it for 10 years.
Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So, the to-do list of all these buildings that were done by Applied Management Engineering in 2015 that include police, public safety, Parks and Rec, all the buildings, all the general buildings of the city, you already have that. You already have that, so these have to be updated. I don't know why this company wants you to, start from scratch, charge $260,000 now today to the new math because they just went up 30%. If we just do the ADA by itself, will be $260,000 left of the $572. So just for update this list and maybe add one, maybe two bill, I don't know. I mean, probably not much. 99.9% I'm sure is here from 2015 that just need to be upgraded and updated. So, so I think it's excessive what they're charging for that, especially when, we know that we have to put money in, just for an example, in parks. East Roswell Dog Park is screaming for update and upgrade. It's screaming, waiting for phase 2 and phase 3 to be completed one day. So when we are thinking of spending this much money on a plan, an assessment plan, and not into what people can really, really enjoy, putting that much money into the plan, I don't know if it's justified. And then you can say, oh, but on this proposal, we are adding the outside infrastructure of parks, let's say trails, let's say, baseball fields and other fields. But this can be done, for example, like one of the residents just suggested, empower the employees who works on Parks and Rec and make the suggestion of what need to be update, upgrade, or fix. I mean, they walk the parks all day, every day. So why don't we empower them to make a recommendation, not an external consultant that will come and say, okay, I see you in 5 years. That is your to-do list. Even the residents, they use every day the parks. They can make recommendation what need to be fixed, update, or upgrade. I fought for it, water fountain in between the two soccer fields on East Roswell Park. And now we have the water fountain there. So, it's just, I don't know, I would prefer to put it on things that residents and taxpayers enjoy than another plan, another paper. And then maybe you can update what was done by Applied Management Engineering 5 years ago can be updated, see what was done, what we need to be done on the next 5 years, and not start from scratch. I don't know why this company suggests to start from scratch when we have something. We're not Alpharetta that they don't have anything. We have something. So again, it's hard for me to support this much money to update a list that we have from 2015 instead of reallocating in better usage the money. So I say like ADA I support because never been done. And then I support to get this done again 5 years later to update this list, but not for this much money. I don't know, I can't justify it.
Additional comments from council? Seeing no hands up, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. Motion to approve item number 6.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Wilsey. Do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Would you like to try another motion?
Sure. Let me just ask a question of Mr. Fisher. The ADA portion, if approval for that amount in the amount of $240,712, is that correct?
$313,421.71.
The 313, that is the ADA portion. So the other, for an additional 260, we're going to cost another 72,000 if it's done in the future. Okay, so if it's the 331,000, do we need to add the additional 72 to that number? for
No,
approval?
so the ADA is $240,712.51.
Okay,
If you're
that's what I
going to
thought.
approve only the ADA, the additional $72,000 goes onto that 240, which brings your total to $313,421.71 for the ADA.
Okay. Okay, so motion to approve the 313,000
$421.71.
421.70 for the ADA portion of the facilities assessment.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Wilsey. Do we have a second? Councilmember Zapata, you can just raise your hand. That works. Councilmember Zapata?
Thank you, Mayor. So, just the ADA portion went up 30%. And I have suspicions when we say, okay, let's go back and ask if they're going to charge the same or not. I knew, and I told some of my colleagues, they're not going to charge the same. And sure enough, they charge 30% more. So at this point, I will suggest two things. One, we open the ADA for specialists on ADA bid just for the ADA. Option number two, go back to them and say, look, I got approval for only $240,000. That is what first was quote. Are you taking this or not? If not, we open for a bid. Because I think that 30% up going just because we're going to do this, I think, again, is hard to justify. So I propose two options. We open for a bid for ADA specialist consultant firms, only ADA, or go back to them and say, look, I didn't get 312 today, and I got only X amount of dollars we agreed today. Are you going to do the ADA assessment for this money? Because 30% up they cannot justify that. So
Well, they actually did, because that's the cost of their personnel that they use is why they came up with that. But you're absolutely right. If we want to go back out for bids, we can certainly do that. I mean, I can ask them what they want to do, but they're not going to give us, I don't think they're going to give us the personnel at not a cost, because what we went out for bid originally was to do all of it together, because if we do it all, there's cost savings involved in doing it, well, $72,000 obviously, if they do it all together. So if we do it separate, it would have to go back out to bid.
Additional clarifying questions before I ask for a second? Councilmember Tizer?
Thank you, Mayor. Why don't we tonight approve $22,712 for the ADA assessment. And if they don't want to do it for that, then we'll deal with that at a later date.
We've got a motion. Do I have a second to Councilmember Wilsey's motion? Councilmember Wilsey,
I will amend my motion to the 240,712.
okay, your motion failed
My
for lack
motion
of second,
failed,
so this
right.
is a new motion.
So a new motion for the original cost of the ADA assessment, if they are willing to do it, in the amount of 240,712.
Okay, we've got a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Zapata. All those in favor, please raise your hands, and it passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Community Development Department. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Henry. Item number 7, approval of RZ 2021-2612, CU 2021-2613, CV 2021-2614, 12740 and 12770 Arnold Mill Road, rezoning from AG 43 agricultural to NX neighborhood mixed use, and concurrent variances to build to zone, encroachment to height for a parapet, and ground floor story height for a senior living community. And this item was, the applicant had requested a deferral from the September 13th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting to the November 8th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting, and Mr. Turner will present.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. This is our first item for zoning tonight, the rezoning as stated in the concurrent variances. A little background, the application was submitted in June, neighborhood meeting was held in July, and Planning Commission in August. The applicants requested a deferral at the September meeting and are now back before you tonight. Here's the location of the property off of Arnold Mill. Property is currently zoned AG 43, which is agricultural. All the properties to the south are also zoned AG 43 agricultural. That top corner pinkish color is NX, that's neighborhood mixed use. That's the zoning that they are requesting. All of the white that you see on the property is the city of Milton. Sorry, on the map of the property. In the 2040 comprehensive plan, the larger section, 12770, is in the neighborhood serving area. This would include NX. The smaller portion, 12740, is in the neighborhood residential, which would not include NX. Property is requesting 3 variances. 1, to increase the build-to zone from 85 feet to 125 feet. The second is to increase the height encroachment for a parapet by 6 feet. The building meets the height requirement, but a parapet is allowed to encroach above that height. They are asking to encroach even further than what is allowed. And we'll show some visuals in a minute. And that is mainly for them to do, the architect can go a little more into this, but to do a little more decorative area for the parapet and screen more of the mechanical units on the roof. The final variance is to reduce the ground story height from 11 feet to 9 feet. In NX zoning, the ground floor is required to be 11 feet tall at a minimum. And since many of these, much of the building will be used residentially, they want to bring that down to a smaller scale into the 9 feet. So you can see on this picture here, the yellowish line that sticks out, that is where the required build-to zone is. That is 85 feet from the road. The blue line further back from it is the 125 feet. So they are requesting to move the building back 40 feet. For the parapet encroachment, this lighter gray color that you see there closer to the road is the only section in which the parapet will encroach higher than currently allowed, if approved. The rest of the building meets the height requirements and encroachment requirements. Planning Commission recommended denial. Their main concerns were the height request. Now, during that meeting and prior to tonight, the applicant had requested a conditional use for additional height, and that is story height, so they could be a taller building. They have since withdrawn that. The other concerns that Planning Commission has was that it did not meet the 2035 comprehensive plan. As I showed earlier, the larger section would now comply with the 2040 comprehensive plan recently adopted. Therefore, staff recommends approval with the following conditions. It will need to meet the site plan dated August 5th, 2021. The square footages are not guaranteed. Applicant may need to reduce the building size or rearrange parking as required by staff comments. And a combination plat shall be approved and recorded prior to submittal of any permits. Any questions for staff?
Does council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So you mentioned that when Planning Commission saw the plan, it was requesting an extra story of height, which would have been a conditional use. And in the plan tonight, they've taken that away, so they're not requesting an additional story of height through a conditional use. My question is, how much did the site plan change once they took that one story away?
Sure. So it wasn't actually an extra story. It was just an additional height, like total feet in the air, which was limited to 45, which they're now meeting other than those parapets. They were requesting up to 60, so each floor would just be taller. To reduce it, the site plan has not changed from what Planning Commission saw.
Okay, so the footprint has not changed.
Correct.
Thank you.
Additional question from council? I'd like to hear from the applicants.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed senior living lifestyle community. I'm Sarah Gregory, the project's architect and the director of senior living for CJMW Architecture. I have with me tonight Dave Rogers of Grovant Partners, the owner and operator, and Wesley Reed with Everly & Associates, the civil engineer. We're proposing a best-in-class senior living lifestyle community to serve the growing population of seniors in Roswell. Our proposed project will be a true aging in place continuum. We know from the census that today 15% of the existing population of Roswell is over 65, and this demographic of residents will continue to grow. This property is located along the northeast perimeter of the city along Highway 140 on 13.2 acres. Our site is approximately 1 mile north of the Crab Apple Shopping Center at the intersection of Highway 140 and 372. We are near grocery stores, restaurants, a fire station, and retail establishments. This property is located on a commercial corridor, Arnold Mill Road, and is bounded by the city of Milton, shown here with the red overlay to the east and the north. The adjacent northern neighbors are a pet boarding and resort property and the city of Milton's cemetery. To the west, our property borders the city of Milton's athletic complex and the Mulcahy's property zoned agricultural. To the south, the property borders the Rutgers properties, also zoned agricultural. Also visible on this slide are the existing densely wooded areas of tree preservation at the south and west property line. This slide is oriented in a map view with north being located at the top of the page. The property lines are shown here in red. On the east property line, shown on the right, is Arnold Mill Road. The community will have 2 access points on Arnold Mill Road, one to the north end and one on the south along Arnold Mill Road. The building's NX property build-to zone is shown here in yellow, as you saw before, and the proposed build-to zone is shown in blue, showing our request to push the building back into the site an additional 40 feet. This property design preserves 3.2 acres of densely wooded land, including tree preservation buffers at the south and west property line. There's also a natural stream on the site that will be preserved and maintained. The preserved natural areas shown in green at the left and bottom of the slide will range from 40 feet to over 200 feet of transitional buffer depth to the adjacent City of Roswell neighbors. In addition to the preservation area, landscape plantings will be provided, allowing the tree density to be 7 times the code required density. A certified arborist has been hired to survey the existing preservation areas, and we have learned from these surveys that the mature trees vary from 40 feet to 100 feet in existing height. This slide is showing the southern buffer setback along the red section line A in the upper left image at the property tree preservation buffer from the southern neighbor to our proposed building. So we're going to be looking at section line A on the right-hand side. Here on our southern buffer, the mature trees are 40 to 60 feet tall. We'll be maintaining just over 40 feet of tree preservation buffer. Plus, in this location, an additional 29 feet of planted buffer is proposed. The building then sits back an additional 158 feet from the shared property line. The new building will also be recessed down 7 feet from the adjacent neighbor's home. This recess plus the tree preservation buffer conceals the building from the line of sight to the southern neighbor. You can see the sight line diagram on the lower image of this slide. Here's an image of the existing tree buffer density existing today from the south that we will be preserving for significant natural screening. This is the site section through the southwest property line and the tree preservation buffer shown in the upper left corner along section line B. So the left-hand side, red line B. The new building will set back more than 400 feet from the shared property line with the southwest neighbor. This 400-foot setback and dense tree preservation buffer conceals the building from the line of sight from the southwest neighbor. The stream and tree buffers in this area are dense, with 296 feet of existing mature tree preservation buffer on our side of the property line. Also, we will have an additional 41 feet of newly planted buffer proposed. These mature trees in this tree preservation buffer vary from 60 feet to 100 feet in height. This proposed property will be a private pay community for seniors with supported living options should assistance be required. This is a rendering of our proposed building from our southern entry point along Arnold Mill Road. This lifestyle-driven community will be crafted around curated culinary, wellness, and lifestyle and social experiences. This is a rendering of our proposed building from the northern entry. This is a view of our building from Arnold Mill Road at the east side of the property. We have crafted the building to reflect the community in style. We have broken down larger wings into individual architectural elements with familiar residential patterns. We've used dormers, sheds, and gable roofs, porches, and a residential palette to weave the new building into the existing neighborhood-serving community with a sophisticated architectural language. This is a rendering of our proposed project from the south. The community's driving design focus is to provide a hospitality-focused atmosphere, with our interior environments that are centered around blending organic and classic design. Environments that are elegant and approachable for our seniors. We will provide multiple dining venues, including a restaurant, coffee shop, and a club. Some items provided will be wellness, focused, and lifestyle orientation, on-site fitness, massage, and salon services. Curated outdoor spaces are key design elements, including places for outdoor dining, relaxation, social engagement for our residents. Landscape courts and gardens will be provided to expand the interior assembly and dining venues, host activities, and are the center of family events for our seniors' families. The exterior building palette will be rich earth tones with accenting natural elements. A residential hand can be seen in the architectural design, detail, and finish, incorporating the surrounding architecture and style into the building design. We will create moments of unique and individualized experiences at a pedestrian scale. This will be a custom and elegant community for our seniors to age in place. Oh, too fast. Here's a sample of our possible color palette. We're envisioning a palette of warm grays and earth tones. These are a few of our inspirational images that we have used to influence our building design. Here you can see our gabled and sloped architectural roof elements, natural materials and color palettes, accent dormers and stonework, large windows, and detailed entryways. Our estimated project timeline would anticipate starting design in the fourth quarter of 2021. Construction would begin in the early third quarter of 2022 and be completed in 2024. Following a 30-day operational transition, residents would begin to move in 2024. Permission is requested to relocate access as required by the Georgia Department of Transportation. To protect the current landowner from the unintended tax consequences, we would like to request that the proposed rezoning become effective upon closing of the property for the intended use or the issuance of a land disturbance permit, whichever is sooner. If a land disturbance permit is not been issued or the property has been purchased for the intended use within 24 months from the approval, zoning would remain unchanged. In addition to providing needed aging in place opportunities, we will be a meaningful tax-based contributor, provide a need identified by the comprehensive plan. We are a low-impact use of community resources and infrastructure, are compatible with the comprehensive plan development map, and will provide a premier design-forward living option for Roswell's aging population. Thank you.
Council have any questions for the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent, thank you. So I have a handful of questions. Thank you for that presentation. I do have questions for the applicant, but first, actually, a question for the applicant or staff. I believe it had come up that there was a concern that some neighbors potentially had regarding drainage and stormwater, and it's my understanding from staff discussions that this absolutely would be at a minimum keeping the stormwater the same, if not potentially making it better. Could either the applicant or staff address if that was a concern from neighbors and really what the potential impact with this would be if approved?
Sure. The stormwater requirements is that it have the same impact or better impact or less impact. Is that the correct language? Yes. So at worst, the stormwater would remain the same. Even with all this development, it would remain the same flow across the property, or it could be less, which could be possible considering the location of the bioretention.
Excellent. Thank you. So now my question for the applicant is, thank you for showing all the pictures and understanding the intent of it. What I guess I'm wondering about is the way that it's set up with NX is, if this were to be approved and we saw everything that you just discussed, it being for senior citizens and those aspects, I guess my concern is, and I guess I'd love to hear from the applicant on this as well as probably staff, what I guess my concern would be if this were approved, whether it be this current applicant or it's sold to another business down the line, what's to stop it from not just being exactly what you described in this place for senior citizens, and instead more of just for any age, just being, apartments or something along those lines. So I guess just help me understand that concern that some residents might have.
Sure. So we have specific requirements in our code for what we consider institutional residential living facilities. So for someone to come in with an apartment, even if it's senior age restricted, it would not meet those standards. So if perhaps they took the same design through when they came through for business licensing, showing that they're a property management company and not a memory care and assisted living, which requires maybe Dave can elaborate on this, which require certain state licensing. Without those, we would say, no, you're not institutional living. You have clearly done something incorrectly.
But now, is this purely the memory care and assisted living, or is this other, because you mentioned the, I think you had said something along the lines of aging in place. So I guess what is that model and that intent?
Yes, that's correct. We are an aging in place community, so we are partially licensed in the community.
So I guess my concern there is there would be, from a Roswell review standpoint that you just mentioned, you'd have the fact that they'd be licensed for memory care and assisted living, and so that checks those boxes. But then I guess it sounds like potentially there's some other units in which case I'd have the concern if either the applicant's business model were to change or someone that it's sold to, would there be the possibility of those being not for senior citizens and instead just for anybody that wants to pay the rent?
We still have independent living also. Maybe that's the difference. It's independent living, which still has particular code requirements, whereas a multifamily use is still a conditional use. And so that would still be two separate categories in the code. The independent living and the apartments are two separate categories.
Okay, and then I guess so let's just use this example. If this council chooses to approve this request and it gets built, so they have the memory care, they have the assisted living separately, they have I forget what the term for it was. What's to stop them from renting to me? And I'm not a senior citizen, so what's the mechanism that stops that?
Age-wise, no, we don't have an age requirement in there, in the code for the independent living.
I can touch on that a little bit, Councilman. First of all, good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Gaines, Community Development Director. Kevin is correct in everything that he said, but I'll take it a step further as far as what would stop them from leasing to, say, someone who's under less than senior citizen age. The Housing Act has only protected class within the Housing Act, Federal Housing Act, are senior citizens. So you can essentially age restrict to age 55 and over based on federal law. You can't say age restrict college students with dormitory style housing, but when it comes to seniors, that is a protected class, so you can't age restrict in that regard. And I would ask council to correct anything if I misstated, but that's my understanding of how that works.
And then I guess my question for the applicant is, does that align with your understanding, and B, does that align with the intent of what you're proposing here?
Yes, that is correct. The average age of our resident is 80 to 85. Occasionally, we do have someone with severe health conditions that might move in with a spouse that might be a little older or younger. But for the most part, we all tend to segregate ourselves based on age.
Thank you. And then I guess, so I do still have a couple more questions. I guess one other question there would be, and I'd certainly be appreciative for the applicant to think of the wording or what that would look like where you're comfortable with, but I'd be curious of a condition you'd be comfortable with adding, just to make sure that's being clear, just to show that it is the intent for the seniors, knowing there's some of the exceptions that you mentioned. But we can get back to that one later. Another concern I had is actually, could you go back to the applicant requests page that you had presented? Oh, yeah, right here. So the top one's out of our control, so that makes sense that you're dealing with GDOT on that one. The lower one is a concern I have, which is, so, I mean, certainly, actually, interestingly enough, the last sentence, I think, actually makes a lot of sense. It's more of rezoning becoming effective upon closing. I guess just my question there is, I guess, Mr. Davidson, I'd be curious for you to weigh in for that first sentence, but that's something I've never seen before in the sense that it's always been the rezoning is effective the night that mayor and council votes to approve a rezoning.
That's correct. This applicant is actually requesting it be a condition that they either get the land disturbance permit or close on the property first. So if they're requesting it, this council could approve it with that condition. If they don't meet that condition within 24 months, it would be, they wouldn't have met the condition, and it would remain agricultural.
Okay, so I mean, that part's as a condition, that's the last sentence, if that's the applicant's request, I mean, that makes sense to me. The first portion, is there any concern either from a legal standpoint or a ComDev staff standpoint for the LDP coming? And then that being when the rezoning becomes effective? I mean, what's staff's concern response there? Okay.
I think we'd be okay with that, stated the fact that if it's approved this evening, knowing the fact that the LDP would have to be issued, or the fact that the property is closed upon, once that's done, we know that the zoning would be effectively changed.
Excellent.
And that would be okay with staff.
Thank you. And so I mentioned earlier, I'd like for the applicant to think about potentially a condition that would show the intent regarding this, just because if the applicant, if this were to be approved and it's sold to a different developer, they might have a different vision. And so that's why I think it's so important to have conditions assigned. And here's the another thing I was thinking about is, as I looked at the site plan, it looked like the amount of tree buffer is much larger than required, than the minimum required. And that's something where I know it's in the site plan, and I know there's a site plan contingency with all of our rezonings. But if this council considers, or if this council decides to approve the rezoning, I'd like to see it specifically stated in a condition, mentioning that there will be that tree buffer that was shown, because I think it is important to highlight for those that do look at conditions and don't look, as quickly at the site plan. Is there any concern with a condition that would just spell out the tree buffers that you presented, which showed both of the one that you're proposing you keep as well as the one that you're adding?
I know on the south and the west side, we would like to keep as much natural area as possible. We'll have to look closely at, our stormwater ponds and, how much tree mitigation we have there. But I think we could be happier with a little bit more required buffer.
Excellent. And then my last question, and this is certainly my final question, is, so if we go back actually to the site plan where you could just view the property. Thank you. So basically regarding the variances, I understood one is purely just aesthetics to both hide equipment as well as add some architectural features. And then the build to zone was to actually push the building further back from the street, which typically in many places I might not always support, but I think here it definitely makes sense for the further back. And the irony is, I think that is what I think gives me a little more comfort with the first floor being reduced from 11 feet down to 9 feet. If it was a more walkable area and closer to the street, I think it would be important to have that first floor be that 11 feet, but being over 120 feet back from the road, I think that makes sense. So I guess just a question I have is, all right, so this is, I think if I remember correctly, it was 120 feet or so from the road. What is the perspective like from the road? I see a number of trees. It's obviously not nearly as big as, the south side, but yeah, just curious what it looks like from the expected tree cover and distance and all that.
So there are minimal trees that are able to be retained at the road because the property drops off pretty significantly from the road, which does allow us to recess down into the site and back. And we will have a graded berm, which does take out a few of the trees to get the parking in. However, we are proposing to plant the berm and to provide street trees.
Okay. And then, so from that sidewalk, is it about 120 feet to the building, or what is the
So this site plan, let me find it for you. So the blue line is 125 feet back from the red line.
Okay,
So you can see we're just a little over that.
okay. And the red line, if
Is
you're
our-
coming from the road, the red line would be past the sidewalk, would be,
The red line is our property line.
yeah,
That's
okay.
correct.
And the sidewalk is outside your property line?
It would be on our property.
On the property, okay. All right. Thank you, that was all my questions.
Additional questions for the applicant from council? Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, I have a question in the conceptual inspiration drawings that you showed for exterior and interior. There was a lot of like natural stone and wood and that sort of thing. Is that the intention to use those materials in this project?
The intention is to have a very natural palette in color tone and in materials that we have.
So a natural palette, but not necessarily natural materials?
Well, honestly, with the supply chain, we're going to have to see what we
Sure,
can get.
right, I understand. And I understand this will probably go through design review board, so they'll also have a chance to weigh in on that as well, but, you know, just.
Yeah, I can show you
If
the
there's a
elevations
preference.
again,
Right.
if you'd like. So we'd like to do either a shake or a shake-like, most likely, probably something a little more longer lasting than a wood product on the property. We'd like to have a masonry product, which we'd like to be a sewn or simulated stone on the product, and then we see a lot of board and batten happening. We'd like to have these very natural kind of feelings in color and tone. We think that the elements of life are very important on these types of facilities.
And the number of units, again, and the.
We have a total of 216 at the max.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions for the applicant? We'll reserve time for a rebuttal, and I'll go to the public. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Brian Chapman. I'm a resident of Roswell, and I live in that area. So I'd like to talk a little bit about what the future of Roswell looks like, and I want to appeal to you as homeowners. I've talked to at least 7 of the people in my area, and they do not want this assisted living here. I guess the thing that everyone knows in this room is that traffic in Roswell is a nightmare. And if you've driven up 140, I'm sorry that you had to, but I'd like for you to be able to go up 140 one day and see what it's like. Because where they're wanting to build is at a very dangerous curve. And so what I'm thinking about already is people turning in, leaving, the employees, the residents of the assisted living home, deliveries. Those things are going to wreak havoc on an already congested area. And I think that is something to really think about. I wish you were my neighbors, so you would have a heart for this. So you would think to yourself, what if I was right next to this? What if this was going to happen right next to me? Because the out-of-town developers can do this, and they can leave town and go back to where they live, and they don't have to deal with this. And so that's why I'm here to talk to you about this. I have been in this area for most of my life. I was there when they built the fire station. I took a tour of the castle when I was about 6 years old. And the one thing I know as the decades have moved on is that we keep building and we keep adding, but no one takes into consideration the traffic. And that goes for Crabapple and Milton. I know we're talking about Roswell, but sometimes I use a more dramatic word, which is it's been annihilated. There's places everywhere to do things, but no place to park. So if we get back to this particular area, what's going to happen is if you approve this, you may not have to drive up 140 ever, because that's not the part of Roswell you live in. But the people that don't want this are going to have to drive up 140 and drive down 140. And it's just going to add to the already continual nightmare. Sometimes the joke, of course, is that we're going to put a light in or one of the roundabouts. Is that good? Is that what's going to help this area here to slow it, traffic down and have a roundabout there? I don't know. But I really wish that you would drive up 140 and see what the turn looks like there. Once again, I've known this area my whole life. I've seen it change. I know that development is almost impossible to stop. But in some cases, I feel like that we can appeal to the nature of just being citizens and neighbors and understand that we don't have to build everything all the time everywhere. Maybe we could put the brakes on it and realize that we could manage the issues of all the things that are going wrong in Roswell so that we could take a breath and not feel like every time we get in the car that someone's going to be taking a left turn. It's going to take us 15 minutes to get somewhere that should take a minute. Has anyone driven up that way over the last few months, years? I just hope that, I love the community. I love Crabapple. This is where my great-grandparents are from and all those other generations. And I just hope that we can make Roswell a place where we can stop and go. It doesn't have to be hustle and bustle, and we don't have to have all these things. I think that's everything. I hope I've appealed to you, and I really hope you understand that the people along Arnold Mill, the people I've talked to, we don't want it. It doesn't add anything except more headaches for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Please come forward.
I'm Sue Dupart, 500 Shadowwood Court. I've lived in Roswell quite a while, and I know my father is in East Cobb Assisted Living. And when you choose a place to put your older parent, and not all siblings are available to visit that parent, it's wonderful when there's a nearby dentist office, doctor's office, comfortable restaurant your parents like. And my father is in Arbor Terrace in East Cobb, across from Johnson's Ferry Baptist. His dentist built, second generation of the family, built an office next door in a condo complex. He needed a new internist because his younger doctor retired with illness. And I looked up and found out the Doc in the Box on the other side of Harry Norman Real Estate had an office on Woodlawn. So when you take the relative off-site to a convenient local restaurant, it's an amenity to encourage children of the elderly to visit. And when you have just rural residential development nearby, there's not that convenience. Also, I think I saw a sofa in a picture. Those are going to be obsolete. And I honor our National Guard this Veterans Day because we all know they came in a lot to help the people in assisted living and nursing home care. And when you think about all those variables of going to the doctor and nearby schools and churches coming in to visit, those are amenities that you want. I wish we didn't think the old Roswell Mall was sacred. That would have been the opportunity to do a senior living facility with Schwab or Fidelity, a reasonable Panera Bread, a breakfast, egg place, all on site. And you take them out of the residence and you take them to a restaurant. And my father holds the door open for somebody else getting a bagel. It's like they're going back to a youthful life. They really don't want to live in that building all the time. We're going to need more outside dining. They live like they're on an airplane right now. The food comes down the hall in the cart because staff members working for $15 an hour work multiple facilities and may have extended family. And even with vaccinations, they can still get COVID. I've seen it happen. And we're not near the hospital there. There's so many things that trickle down when you have a facility. And when they have lockdown, the podiatrist can't visit, the people that have their dentist visit on site, all those things get canceled. And this is an out-of-way place for school students to do their service projects and other service community churches that send personnel to visit them. It's far away from those type of establishments. I really don't think it's a good location. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir, please come forward.
I live on the southeast side of the concept elevation, and on the picture, there are 4-story buildings.
Sir, please identify yourself.
Alan Rucker.
Thank you.
And coming out of the house, that's something you don't want to look at or be looked on. On the on the aerial concept, at the very bottom, it says 1 inch equals 80 feet. On this red line from the south part of the house to the center part of the building is 2 inches. And that's just 160 feet. So somewhere something don't line up. On the aerial view, where the road to come out on 140, there's a wet weather stream starts right there. There was nothing said about any of that. The distance you're supposed to stay away from those. And on that northwest view, got good neighbors that has been there for years and years and years, 5-star kennels. What is going to happen? Rules and regulations they're going to have to put up with. So, and this high-rise structure just does not fit in that area, in this area. And I wish y'all should see that. Nothing else was said about sewer, where it's going to go, or how. How many pump stations is it going to take to get from point A to point B? And who is that going to affect, and how? That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Just 2 things. One, be sure you get some more ambulances.
And if you would,
Anna
please.
Russell, nothing
Thank you.
changed in the last 20 minutes.
This is for the record.
I know, they know my voice, believe me. You're going to have more ambulance service when this happens. Let's be practical, because they're not driving anywhere. They're going to leave in an ambulance or a hearse. That's just a fact of life. And number 2, and first time I've seen this, I'm always concerned when we put facilities where there is no public transportation, because the employees of these places are not making enough money to live in Roswell, Alpharetta, or Milton, so they have to drive several hours if they can afford a car. And so if there is no public transportation, I don't know how they're going to get to and from work, particularly if they work a late night shift and they have to get up in the morning. And I know none of you take the bus, but I do. And it's a problem once you leave bus routes. All over Roswell, people can't get employees because during the COVID pandemic, when they canceled the 85 bus route for 1 year, people had to have no employees, even at the nursing homes in downtown Roswell, because their employees could not get there. So I'm just letting you know that, it's very rural, and I don't live out there. I chose my house 48 years ago because the bus stops at the corner. However, when you don't have public transportation and you have low wage earners, you're going to have a staffing problem. So staff and ambulances.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
My name is Sheila Pennybaker. I live on Highway 140, 12650 Arnold Mill Road. Where is the sewer going to go? Have you decided that yet? We're all on septic tanks, my brother and me, from this planned area all the way down to Cagle Road. And we're satisfied with that. If you put a septic tank in front on 140, will we have to pay because we don't use it? Will we have to pay just to get on it, but we're satisfied. Our sewer system is fine. And also, I just Googled the assisted living centers in this area within, I would say, 3 miles of, let's say, the silos. I count 10 already there. Also, we chose to go into into Roswell rather than Milton because we knew that Roswell had more experience than Milton at the time. We could go either way. We are proud to pay our taxes to Roswell. We're not sitting there with our property, our acreage, just gonna sell in a little while. That's what people ask you. When are you going to sell? We're not. We're happy. We're on our property. We've been there, oh gosh, great-grandfather. We found arrowheads from the Cherokee Indians on our property. Now, the traffic. Please think about the traffic. On that Highway 140, that is the worst curve on Highway 40 that is right in front of this. Now, I noticed that the left-hand driveway and the right-hand driveway are not right on the curve. Just think of all of the additional traffic. You've got deliveries to assisted living homes. This is food. Of course, the residents will be there. They will have visitors. Some of their family comes every day. What about the employees? That's more traffic. There's also church groups that come in for programs. They have their own buses. They will take field trips. Sometimes they take the residents to the doctors. And I hope you're listening. The traffic is just like this right now. You don't have to worry about getting hit by a car. It doesn't move that quickly. And we don't need any more traffic there. It's already much higher than what that road was made for, 140. And the DOT, redid that road, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And we're not sitting there ready to sell and develop. And we're not ready for this. We do not want to go into, we still want to be agricultural and not neighborhood mixed use. When there's lots of assisted living homes in the area, and we don't even know what is this assisted living home accepts Medicare patients or not. I mean, there's so much to look at. And also, I think I said doctor visits. And like the lady stated, do you know what it's going to be like to get an ambulance in and out of there with all the traffic? I mean, where are you going to go? There's not that big of right-of-way. And we just hope you consider this and not accept this just because it's on the agenda. Please think about it and drive up 140 one day. We don't talk about the traffic because we accept it, but we do not need any more. And those residents of the assisted living don't want to be looking at traffic all day out their windows. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Tremblay, and I live right at the corner of the Castle and Cagle Road. The traffic is such a serious issue. You can't turn left any time of the day. Sometimes you can turn right if you wait for the traffic. When y'all put that sign, when y'all put the sign up there saying it was going up, I turned in there, I couldn't even get out for minutes went on and on. You can't turn left, you can't turn right. Ambulances have been mentioned. I'm not, lots of things about ambulances. Those facilities have a lot of ambulances visit because of the clients that they have. They have to be able to come and go. Also, I am a social worker and I visit a lot of assisted living facilities. They say they have transportation programs to help people get to doctor's appointments. The problem is there's waiting lists. It's too late to sign up. It's already full. It costs too much. There's no one that can take them. So some of these clients are driving themselves. Some of their friends come pick them up. Their families come pick them up. That population in this corner, and it is a horrible traffic hazard. We're used to it and it's dangerous. You cannot take a left out of Cagle onto North Arnold Mill. The whole road you can't take a left. That is a serious, serious concern. You know, y'all didn't pass this before because it's not zoned for this. It's still not zoned for this, and I hope you'll really consider that. We really don't want this facility there. The clear cutting that's going to be involved, yes, there's some trees left, but it's still a huge amount of clear cutting that's going to be done for the wildlife and the trees. This is a residential area. This is, we like to keep it this way. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Yes, sir.
Yes, good evening. My name's Brad Green. I live at 353 Cagle. I've been in the area about 30 years. You know, one of the things the applicant didn't talk about was the traffic situation. There was little mention of the sewage and where the sewage would go. The information that's been provided by the city of Roswell in the petition identifies the applicant running an 8-inch line down to Cagle to join into an inch line. And that translates 36,000 gallons of water daily running into an inch line would be a tremendous backup. There's other inconsistencies in the unit of measure that is provided in the petition sewage section. That was pointed out to the planners at the Planning Commission meeting. They attributed that to, that was the information provided by Fulton County. But it ended up in the city of Roswell's petition, and it's still in there. The other thing that wasn't talked about was the number of parking spaces. And I think Mr. Rogers will be the first one to tell you the reason there are 195 parking spaces is that the majority of seniors like to maintain their vehicles. So my assumption would be they would also have possession of their keys and they would have potential to make daily trips. And I think a lot of my neighbors have already pointed out the dogleg curve. And I think in closing, we would like to see the commission, your decision for denial to be consistent with the Planning Commission, their original denial of this. I think approval by this group would potentially put 200 senior citizens on the road daily in a very dangerous stretch of highway where there is very little line of sight for the oncoming traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Chapman, and I also live in the area right off Cagle. I agree with what everyone said. I don't have to repeat about traffic. Oftentimes I won't even go on Arnold Mill Road at all. I'll just take Etris because it's so bad. But I noticed when they were going over all the pictures of this building and the inside, there's a lot of gray, a lot of nature colors. And you asked natural materials. She said, well, we have to see what we can get our hands on. That's a no, by the way. But what about nature? I mean, we got the natural colors, and we've got you're asking about natural materials, but what about nature? Does it all have to be torn down? I mean, at this point, people who want to own property cannot even compete with the out-of-town developers. Our Roswell citizens, there are so many people who would love to have a piece of land that would be theirs, but we can't even compete with the developers like the one from Birmingham, Alabama, which I love Birmingham, but you're not from here. So you build and then you leave. What's that?
Council, not a conversation with folks in the audience.
Well, he was the developer, so I didn't know if that was okay to.
Just direct your comments to us, please.
Okay, Ms. Henry. Okay, Mayor. So that's all I want to say. I just want to talk about the fact is that all have to be torn down. Can we not preserve anything? Can we not have something set aside for the citizens? Or does it all, at this point, go to the developers who can swoop in with the money, and just change the land? And yes, maybe they'll do it with their natural colors or maybe even natural materials. But you're never going to get that nature back again. I mean, once they come in, if they're allowed to develop this land, it's developed. You've got a structure. I loved Michael's, I'm sorry, I can't, what's your last name? You asked the best question at the beginning, which I hadn't even thought of, which is what happens one day if this gets sold to someone else and this isn't even what they tell you the plan is? So I thought that was a great question, and I appreciate you asking that because that got me thinking as well. But anyway, I apologize if I turn around and talk to other people. I feel like we're a community of people here. And I know there's a lot of people behind me who are in agreement. And again, I just hope that before you make your decision, you think about the Roswell citizens and how we feel versus the developers. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one approach, I'll bring this back to council, and I would like to offer the applicant rebuttal time. And does council have any questions of the applicant before? Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. No, my question was, and it still is for staff. My question is, public safety, especially fire department. I saw a fire department across the street, which is Milton, but I don't know, I would like to hear from our chief if we are responsible for calling from this building located in Roswell, or Milton will respond across the street for emergency, because it is true, it's a senior living community. So most probably the phone calls for 911, for the ambulance, the EMS, will be higher than other part of Roswell. So what is have to say our public safety, especially fire, about this location? Is going to be Milton taking care of the phone calls and sending the ambulance, or still Roswell is responsible for this emergency call coming from the senior living community? And then I have a question for other staff members as well.
Go ahead and ask your questions, and we'll cover them all.
Okay, so transportation department. Two things were mentioned. One, the traffic of the area, and second, the curb, the physical location of this property, being on a curb that that could cause accidents, especially with the amount of traffic coming from 216 units. There will be traffic, and there will be traffic of senior driving. So I think that getting in and out of the facility is risky and seems to me might be even riskier for a senior driver. So I don't know if this was considered by Transportation Department. Then my other question could be probably for Public Works. We talk about the sewer system, and I would like to understand more from our Public Works Department what was considered in terms of sewer system, even though might be, I'm sure it is, Fulton County, but it still is in Roswell, and I'm sure they have an opinion on that. And and my last point for question is I cover pretty much all the department. Now, community development, for the permitted use for NX, I would like to see all the permitted use and see which of these uses, if this council decide to approve, doesn't belong to a senior living community. So we might have to remove some permitted uses from the NX if this council decide to approve this proposed project. So those are all my questions for all the different departments. Thank you.
Thank you. So staff, I believe you're on this. I know, Ms. Bromberg, you are wanting to speak, and we've got Chief Panino. Okay.
I believe the question was whether Roswell is going to be responsible for running the 911 calls at this facility or whether it would be Milton. Milton does have a fire station in very close proximity. However, it's the city of Roswell proper. So the fact that Milton is dispatched by Alpharetta and our CAD systems, our computer-aided dispatch systems, do not talk well with one another because of their age and just they don't have interoperability, which we're working on. Roswell will be running the calls, though, and some of the higher priority calls, the Delta and Echo, more life-threatening calls, we would, by practice, dispatch Milton along with sending a Roswell Fire Department truck. The city of Roswell Fire Department would be responding to every call that took place at this facility.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
Transportation?
Good evening, Mayor. Transportation questions from the residents and from Councilmember Zapata. Traffic in the area, this is a congested area. I know it well. I live very close by. We have several issues here. First, Mayor Henry is aware there has been 20 plus years of discussion on whether House Road should ever be widened. That is an initiative that has been pushed from the Cherokee County side of things. That is not something that the Fulton County residents have supported very much in the past. So I would say it's unlikely that you would ever see House Road widened to 4 lanes. The state is actively working. As of a couple of weeks ago, they kicked this off. We have been talking to them about a corridor study from all the way to 575 all the way down to the intersection with 9 past Howes Way, looking at hotspots, not looking at capacity, not looking at widening, looking at hotspots for areas of congestion and areas of safety issues that they're currently engaged with a consultant to identify projects along the entire corridor and programming future design money and future construction money towards those hotspots. Also in the area, it wasn't quite mentioned exactly here, but as several of you know, Roswell and Milton have partnered on 2 intersection projects on our T-SPLOST 2 list that was funded last week and will be moving forward through the design and construction phase. As we progress further into T-SPLOST 2, those are 2 intersections that we have received a lot of complaints about in the past. Both are located in the city of Milton along Cox Road, 1 intersection at King and 1 intersection at Idris that are in this nearby area. Related to the curve that we've talked about a little bit tonight, my understanding from the state DOT is that is one of the areas they're considering in that hotspot analysis, and there actually has been some conversation between the state and the applicant tonight. I think that is the reason why there is one of those conditions you saw on the screen earlier. Number 1, related to potential access changes based on discussions with the state DOT.
Thank you. Community Development or Public Works, whichever hat you've got on. Thank you.
I will speak on behalf of Environmental Public Works. Actually, the water and sewer is owned by Fulton County, and Environmental Public Works would actually not be involved necessarily in that process. It would just be community development. The applicant is required to have their water and sewer applications and designs approved by Fulton County Public Works before we will issue a land disturbance permit. The content in the staff report that was being referred to is a copy and paste of comments provided directly from the Environmental Public Works staff. It is not written by us. If there are errors in it, then those were presented to us that way, and we just share them in the report as written. It does indicate in the report that there's an expectation that they would need to extend and install an 8-inch sewer main in order to provide sanitary sewer to the next closest manhole. It does also state that it's a very long distance to that, and so there are other options of doing septic system, for example, but that is all subject to Fulton County approval and is not something that we necessarily have any say-so in, except for that we do have some stuff in our code specific to stream distances from stream buffers and that sort of thing, and as I stated, they are required to have those permits approved before they'll get their land disturbance permit. I'm sure it's something the applicant has been working on. They may be able to add more to what their position may be on what they're going to provide. And then I'll let Jackie handle the next one.
So Councilmember Zapata, you asked for the list, what's allowed in the annex zoning classification. So in our code, I'll read the permitted uses that are currently allowed in the annex zoning. The institutional residential, which is what the applicant is asking for this evening, a club or lodge nonprofit, museum or library, nonprofit service organization, public use, conservation area, a park recreation field up to 2 acres, a reservoir, water supply, water well, adult care center, more than 4 aging adults, gym, health spa, yoga studio, school of the arts, all medical, all office, bed and breakfast up to 6 rooms, all personal service except as listed below, animal care indoor is allowed, animal care outdoor is not, all restaurants, all retail sales, except as listed below. So an art gallery is a permitted use. Cigar lounge is not. A convenience store with gas pumps is not permitted. A convenience store without gas pumps is permitted. A greenhouse, non-commercial. Parking on site. Solar panels, wind turbines, rainwater collection systems. Those are the permitted uses in the annex zoning classification.
Thank you, Ms. Steibel. Are there additional, before we hear again from the applicant, are there additional questions from staff? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for staff and then a question for the applicant. First of all, Ms. Deibel, so if this were to be approved tonight and it were to be rezoned to NX, there's a site plan condition on it. And then, so basically, that certainly decides, I guess I'm trying to think, let's just say hypothetically, so you named all the different permitted uses. Help me understand how the site plan condition would impact whether or not they could do any of these different uses that they've not that's not their request. Does that make sense? So in other words, for example, if this were to get approved tonight, and there's the condition that we always have, which is it's contingent on the site plan, and then they decided they wanted to do, a convenience store without gas pumps. I'll just pick that because I see it's permitted. Is that something, because it's zoned as NX, they'd have the ability to change the use?
So, under Article 13 of our code, how a land disturbance permit is reviewed, there are 13 items listed, plus the site plan. If any of those change, then they would come back before the mayor and council. So your question is, if this site plan is approved, basically, letter B in that section basically states, if the application and the site plan are not in substantial accordance with the previously approved site plan, that is subject to review and approval by the mayor and council. Also, on top of that, you have items, like I said, 1 through 13. So if you have an increased number of lots or units per acre, increased building or lot square footage, in addition to a building or alters the footprint. So any of those items would change because the site plan is set. So if you change the plan, you're going to be obviously altering. You could be adding addition. You could be reconfiguring the parking facilities. All of those would be triggered, which would then bring it back to the mayor and council.
So thank you. So that was one question I had for staff. And then the other question is now related to sewage. Any resident who's on a septic tank today, just because sewage goes near them, they would not be required to move to sewer, right? Okay.
No.
All right, so there would be no requirement for that, okay. And then, so my other question is, so Mayor, my other question is more towards the applicant. Do you want me to move there, or do you want to hold off for any other staff questions?
If you would, please hold off for a minute. Are there other questions of staff? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Yes, could you put the location map back up that shows the parcels? This one. So my question is, the larger parcel, the 12770, that's where the NX character area is allowed. And that's where you could do convenience stores and all the things without gas pumps and things that you listed, correct? And the other one is 12740 is what we're requesting to be joined with NX. And is that where most of it, do we know, is that where most of the tree buffer is in that parcel area?
Yeah, 12, well, a quick clarification. They're both requesting NX. The larger piece is in the comprehensive plan character area that NX would be compatible with.
Okay.
If you look at the buffer for 12740, go to the site plan. A good portion of it is part of the buffering and then part of the stream. It's kind of hard to see right at the corner where the back of the parking is. There's a dashed line. That's actually the lot line. So a good portion of it would be either buffering or neighborhood compatibility buffering or stream buffer.
Okay, thank you.
Additional comments from staff? Or for staff, I should say, questions? If the applicant would please come forward, and I'll offer this time of rebuttal for you, and then council sounds like might have a question as soon as you're done, but might not if you're intuitive and know what to tell us.
Wesley Reed with Eberly & Associates. I'm a civil engineer on the project. Just wanted to respond to a couple of the comments. We did have conversations with GDOT, one several months ago when we first were bringing the project forward, and that question was more just about our access points. And during that meeting, we talked about, although we can meet the site distance requirements, the northern driveway, it is tight, and we understand that there are some site limitations there. And GDOT and we agreed that doing restricting lefts out of that drive would be acceptable. So if that wants to be a condition that's added, we're happy to restrict lefts out of the north driveway. One other, so there are drivers and group transportation. So there's a threshold that requires a traffic study the city of Roswell sets, and we fall below that trip count generation. Based on the trip generation manual, which is the industry standard used, we would generate approximately 491 trips, which is less than, I believe, the 750 that requires a traffic study in the city of Roswell. And a lot of that comes from the reduction with group provided transportation. So in a lot of those other NX uses would be significantly higher traffic generators than what we're proposing. One thing on the scale of the cross section that was done, that was drawn to scale. It is drawn to scale, but depending on what size sheet you print it on or how you project it, obviously when you look up there, it's a lot bigger. When you have printed on 8.5 by 11, it's a lot different. So printed on the right scale of paper, it is print to the scale that's shown on there, but that is drawn to scale. So it is a representative of actually what's there on a vertical and horizontal axis. The stream buffer was mentioned, and we are meeting the city's and state stream buffer and showing no impact. We did have that stream delineated, so we know where the nexus point is and start the stream buffers there. The sewer. So we did receive, the city, Fulton County has said that there's sewer available for the site. There's a couple different paths that we can take. The one that's by right is down Arnold Mill. We would have to do an on-site lift station that would pump up to the corner of the site, and then it could discharge from gravity from the southeast corner of the site down to Cable Road. Any other questions on that?
If you would just go ahead, any rebuttal you've got.
Anything else you want to?
But I guess just to add to the traffic continues to be brought up, and I do understand that, but while most of our folks, a handful of them will have vehicles there, we also provide a lot of service offerings on site that take care of their daily needs. So there's just not a lot of trips generated on site. In addition to that, most of the time when they do go off site, they arrange there are concierge sedans that the property will own, and even larger group transportation. So we do mitigate obviously the traffic and the trips just via our comprehensive service offerings on site. So I think that was the other one that was brought up.
Thank you. Councilmember Palermo, do you still have a question for the applicant?
I do. Could we go back to the applicant's presentation? And where was the page where the applicant expressed what they felt the benefits to the community were? There was a slide that.
Toward the end.
Yeah, if we go to that slide. Thank you, right here. So now remind me, if I understood correctly, there's 3 separate uses or portions of the intent, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it sounded to me is there's supporting those with memory loss, there's assisted living, and then it sounded like, I don't know, I forget what you described it, but more of just the aging in place. Is that accurate?
Right.
And so on here, you specifically mention, you feel low impact user of community resources and infrastructure, and as well as even, aspects of compatible with the comprehensive plan development map, which seems like potentially a portion, yes, a portion more questionable. So if those are the 3 uses, so the memory loss and the assisted living seem to me like it's, because, you know, with the lower impact and for the usage for that area does not seem to me like it's conflicting as much regarding just different impacts to the infrastructure. It's the more of the individuals that are able to just be living there and driving to work or driving to wherever they might need, et cetera. That's I guess where my concern is on the impact, because you mentioned you think it'd be just a handful, but at the end of the day, what I've learned is unless there's a legal condition that states something, then it's really you know, completely open. So I guess could we talk a little bit more about that segment of the housing, or whatever you'd like to call it, because that's where I see kind of my concern, and if anything, I feel from a lot of the different resident concerns, it sounded to me like that's the most impactful part that's affecting the residents' concerns.
Right, and I would say that there's none going to be driving to work. Most of these folks are retired, and I think Sarah mentioned this, our average resident age is around 80, 82 years old. So while they might be independent in terms of they don't need a lot of daily support, but these folks are retired. And I don't know what's to prevent. I mean, we're happy to put some conditions on it within law. You know, we've got to be careful on what we, you know, condition the property to and what we don't. But I would tell you, you know, it's going to be expensive to live here. I mean, it's a private pay community. So, and it just obviously the resident population, you know, I mean, it's I guess a young person is probably not going to need to pay the amount of money that's going to need to be paid to live here, because they can take care of themselves. They don't need transportation. They don't need meals provided to them. They don't need the social programs. They go out and do that on their own. So I would say that just by way of the service that we're offering and the resident population, it sort of takes care of itself in terms of the residents there. But we are happy to consider a condition because it's going to be designed. Otherwise, we wouldn't design the infrastructure because it's way too expensive. This is a lot more expensive than a multifamily project. It's not the same. We're a multifamily project, you may have 6,000 square feet of amenity space in a clubhouse. This is going to have 90. So it's fitness, it's culinary, it's, you know, lifestyle programs. I mean, it's a completely different product type than multifamily and service offering.
And yeah, and for that's where, again, you know, the way you're envisioning it, that's absolutely how it sounds. That's absolutely how the picture looks, et cetera. I'm just concerned of the risk of potentially a different project comes up, this one gets sold, and the person that buys it doesn't have the same vision that you had, and that's where I'd feel a lot more comfortable with specific conditions that you know, and obviously making sure that they're certainly legal, whether we come up with that tonight, whether it takes another meeting, et cetera, but just to make sure that the neighbors and the community can be confident that exactly what was discussed tonight is going to be, you know, really that low impact user of community resources and infrastructure, as well as compatible with comprehensive plan development map, et cetera, for right here. That's where I'd certainly feel a lot more comfortable.
Right. No, I mean, we're happy to consider that. And I think just if it weren't a senior user, this project wouldn't be feasible. You can't even operate the building on apartment revenue model. It just doesn't work. So by design, it solves itself. But we're happy to consider anything because that's the way it will be operated.
Let me just add this, and I don't have any problem whatsoever at tightening this up. However, having had two parents in a facility, I can tell you that fortunately or unfortunately, they were at different stages, only a year apart in age, but one of them needed a lot more services than the other one did. And you know, if we get this to the point where, you know, mom has memory loss and dad has memory loss, and that's the only way that they can be together in their final years, that's highly unlikely, very unlikely. So I think that we need to be sensitive to the fact that these folks have different issues, and they want to remain together. That's one of the worst things. My parents had been married over 50 years, and the most important thing to them was to be together. That was it. So I think that we just need to be cognizant about that when we do tighten it up. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just regards to the services that are provided.
Right.
Do you have an idea of how many employees would be?
It'll be close to 100 full FTEs, and that's over 3 shifts. It'll be 24 hours a day. Due to just in terms of the way we schedule them, and most of our employees will be scheduled for transit in non-peak hours. That's because we don't want service professionals tied up in traffic. So we do have our service professionals scheduled during non-peak hours traffic.
Councilmember Tyser.
Thank you. Just a question for y'all. Do you operate or have you constructed a facility similar to this in the area?
Sandy Springs.
Okay, thank you. And when the applicant's done, I'd like to reserve just a few moments for comment.
Additional questions? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
I just wanted to get back to the curve, and that GDOT has identified that as problem curve and spoken with y'all about it. I just would like to get some feedback as to, once that western section is developed, is there going to be lighting there that perhaps helps improve that curve just from a visibility perspective? Or potentially, what is that curve going to look like? Will it become less dangerous? That's my question, because there'll be lighting in that area.
Yes, and then there's also, right now there's a lot of overgrown vegetation, so not vegetation that we would have in a manicured landscape, right? So you have vines growing over trees that are growing right up to the right-of-way. So that's not, when there are going to be trees, there's going to be shrubs, but they're going to be manicured. So it's going to provide a different viewpoint than what you see now when you're out there, and the vegetation is grown all the way to the right-of-way line. And then there obviously will be lighting that will be, improve that visibility at night.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So I have two very simple questions. One, how is this project regarding the character of surrounding area? How do your project fit on the character of the immediately surrounding area? Very simple question. The other very simple question is how this project will benefit the surrounding residents and taxpayers. Very easy, 2 questions that I would like to hear your opinion.
Well, I would say from a benefit perspective, currently there's only, obviously the need was identified in the comp plan that there is a need. And and there's only 2 full continuing projects, I believe, in the city of Roswell. One is Chambrel, and the other is St. George's. Both were designed. I don't think there's there's little capacity, if any, left in either one of them. And they were designed and built decades ago. So this would definitely be a much more modernized, same sort of service offering as those 2 communities. So it would be something that's, in terms of the adjacent surround, there's no impact. And where else could you really put something that was zoned, that could be zoned in the city of Roswell, that would actually serve the aging population of Roswell? So as we analyze the area, this is the place that we could go with the least impact. And that's why we ended up on this site.
And another point is that, when people make the decision to move their parents make the decision to move there, they want to be in a more residential area, because that's how they can see each other more frequently. And so how the parents can go visit their parents, they can take their kids there. And so, you put this somewhere else, then there's a lot further travel that has to happen for those people to see each other. So I think that's a reason it fits more in a residential area, and why it makes sense as a service for a residential area.
As far as architectural style, what we were thinking is, so you see the areas of the building that are white, that's the areas where we'll have our roofing equipment and our flat roofs. So ideally, if we wanted to do lowest cost impact, that whole roof area would be white. But we're seeing this building as in a residential neighborhood, as residential serving. We've shown you sort of our precedent images of the houses that we see. We want this to feel like home to the people who live in Roswell and to the people who live here. So let me show you our elevations. You can see that what we've done, instead of a flat roof with a flat parapet, is we've tried to add lots of gable roofs, shed dormers, to kind of add that residential character and feel, to use the same materials that are on the houses just down the street and just across. Sorry. Do you need me to start over? Okay. So that's the desire, is that, and then we're breaking it down into these pieces and scales instead of just one big large building. We would not want it to look institutional. We want it to feel like a home.
Councilmember Palermo.
So, question, so here's a couple questions I have is, first of all, and I'm not even sure if council would support this or anything like that, but I'm just curious to gauge your interest. How would you feel about a condition that involved you'd meet the HUD requirements for the 55 and older within the Housing Persons Act of 1995? Is that something that seems, and Jason, actually, I'd be curious for your feedback on that too, if that seems like a clear and understandable requirement. And basically what this, I feel, would be doing is if Jason and David feel that it makes sense from the city's standpoint, and if the applicant is interested in adding that as a condition, then I feel what that is doing is, if you were to end up selling the place, then it's basically looking at and ensuring that it's focused on older individuals, which I think would therefore line up with the benefits that you've offered here. So what's the reaction to that? Whoever wants to go first, whether it's Jason or the applicant, any thoughts?
I have no problem with the 55 and older condition. If I'm able to do it.
Okay. And then, so that's one question. We already talked about a tree buffer minimum, spelling it out. Basically, you have the pictures showing how much further you're doing or how much larger you're doing than the requirements. And I think we already talked about just really spelling it out as was shown in the pictures. But actually, Mr. Del Ross, I should have given you a little advance notice, but I actually have a transportation question. And what it is basically, it was brought up, the concern of the danger of the north exit being a left turn. And what I'm curious to hear from Mr. Del Ross is, my concern is having a sign that just says no left turn alone. That doesn't relieve my concern. And so I'm curious, and perhaps we don't need RDOT to weigh in if you have some other ideas, but I'd want something that is more than just a no left turn, ensuring that we know that people are not going to turn left out of there, if that makes sense. And so basically, curious for any suggestions
I can
you
take
have.
that. So when we do a design like this, in the past, people have really gotten away with just striping it off or something. Because it's gonna have to go through GDOT, and I've done other projects that have had this, they're really requiring a concrete raised median that, could somebody go right and then flip around? Yes, we can't prevent everything, but there would be a raised concrete median that would have the car pretty much going right before they could have to, double back and make a left.
Excellent. Yeah, so that's where, if council were to consider approving this, that I think even specifically mentioned that raised concrete barrier, or whatever you just described, I think would be an important condition as well.
And we could also, because, if you were in one area of the site, you can get to the other entrance through the site. There could be, we could add signage internal to the site that says for northbound trips on our mill, with a directional area or something like that. That would help. If somebody didn't get to that point, then realize they can't take a left.
Yeah, I think both, again, because I'm just concerned with the striping or the no left turn sign doesn't always do it, and I want to make sure that if this council does consider it, that they would definitely be making sure that you're addressing that, which it sounds like you've offered to do in the strongest way possible.
Thank you. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I've been paying close attention to everything have been said and presented, and still I think it's going to be hard for me to support this project tonight. So, you know, I heard everything and paid close attention, but it's going to be hard for me to support this project given the location and given what was all said about the different issues. Thank you.
Additional comments from council before I entertain a motion? And you all can sit down, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Mayor Henry, I have a couple of clarifying questions for Attorney David Davidson. Just to clarify that the condition would be in compliance to the age condition for complying with the HUD requirements for 55 and up, if we put that condition in?
I think you can put in a condition that provided they meet the Housing for Older Persons Act, which is an exemption to the Fair Housing Act. I think as long as you put that in there, you'd be fine.
Thank you. Thank you. And, okay, I'm ready to make the motion.
Please.
Motion to approve with the following conditions. With the 3 staff recommended conditions as stated, with the additional condition for the Housing for the Older Persons Act. Condition including the applicant requests that had 2 points, the GDOT access and the land disturbance permit. The condition that the tree buffer be as shown at a minimum. And the final condition that the western entrance have no left turn and have a raised concrete median.
Thank you. We've got a motion. Did you also include the applicant's proposed conditions?
Yes.
Thank you. We've got a motion. Do I have a second? Well, the motion dies for lack of second. Would you like to make another motion?
Clarifying question.
Yes.
So I'd like to hear from, because ideally I'd love to see a unanimous agreement or as close to there as possible. So I guess I'd be curious. I haven't heard from Councilmember Wills or Councilman Tizer if they have any suggestions or what they feel would have made that a better motion.
Well, I'll leave that up to them whether or not they want to discuss that, but in the meantime, the motion died for lack of second. Do I have another motion? Councilmember Zapata.
Motion to deny.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Zapata. Do we have, please, do we have a second? That motion dies for lack of second. Councilmember Hall, are you willing to make another motion, or shall I just throw it to council?
You can go ahead and throw it to council.
Is there anyone willing to make a motion? Councilmember Palermo.
Actually, I don't have a motion, but would certainly be interested in making one if I can understand from others on council. I heard 2 motions get denied so far or fail for lack of a second. I heard one which was to approve with 4 additional conditions. I heard 1 to deny. So both of those failed. So I guess I'd be curious for any input here on what it would take to get a better motion or some majority support.
Additional comments from council? Is anyone willing to make a motion? Councilmember Palermo.
Again, I guess I'm just kind of confused. I mean, I think right now we should have a discussion and just hear what is, because we had an approved one that failed for a second, to make a second, and we had a deny that failed for a second. And I'm happy to share any and all thoughts, and I would hope others can do the same so we can understand how we don't just discuss this for another while. We had a deny, fail, and an approve fail, so.
Let me toss,
Councilmember Tizer.
let me toss out an idea. Obviously, we're all not convinced in either direction on what we might want to do here. Perhaps the right thing to do at this moment might be to have a deferral until we can answer some of the issues and questions that we all apparently seem to have in our minds. So that would be my thought. You know, it's up to the rest of you what y'all think.
Councilmember Palermo.
To follow the law, we certainly need to have a deferral under a reasonable amount of time. But I certainly do support a deferral. I think it's an opportunity for council to get questions answered that they have. And also would actually be a great opportunity for potentially the applicant to work with the neighbors and see if there are any other additional ways to resolve any concerns. So with that, because I did hear the mayor say it was, I heard it was thrown out to council, I would motion to defer until the next regularly scheduled mayor and council meeting, and would absolutely request that the applicant reach out to the neighbors and the residents that have concerns, because I'd love next meeting for there to be some updated or additional suggested conditions or clarifications that could hopefully make this a great win-win for the community.
We've got a motion for deferral. Clarifying question, Councilmember Tizer.
One of the things that's troubling me a little bit, that when the applicant comes back, if you might ask for this in your motion, there is one of these that looks very similar on Highway 92 on your way up to Woodstock, on the south side, I think, of the road. I'd like to understand how this compares to that in size and scale. That would be very helpful to me. It's probably one of the biggest items that has me not convinced at this time.
So I'd like to.
So was that a second, Councilmember Tizer?
Yeah,
he's got to clean up his motion first.
Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent. And before I add to my motion or clarify my motion, I just want to confirm with Mr. Davidson or ComDev, we're able to defer this 2 weeks, right? I want to make sure we're not violating the time limit that we have, because I know at one point it becomes mutually agreeable that we need to make sure to have the applicant agreeing to it.
I think you would need to get the applicant's agreement on that, because this was already brought to council on September 13th.
Okay. I mean, I guess with that, while they're even looking at it, does the applicant have concerns with a 2-week deferral? And keeping in mind that in addition to what I've said earlier, I would like to include what Councilman Tizer had added of just an explanation or understanding of how it would be different or similar to what is on the south side of 92.
Is that just in terms of scale? In terms of the differences or similarities, is that in terms of scale?
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to just understand, if you look at that facility, it looks very big. Is this smaller by 50%, larger, the same size? Just an idea of what it looks like comparatively. It might be helpful, maybe if you superimpose it onto some of the site plans, just to give us a better frame for what we're looking at.
This is on Highway 92? Okay, and
No,
Woodstock?
No, I'm talking about up in Woodstock. It's not the one here in Alpharetta, or in Roswell.
Okay. What can you stay?
Ms. Steibel?
Based on their request, due to the fact that it's more than the 65 days from the last deferral, it has to be an agreement between council and the applicant. And this is not an actual 2-week deferral, it's a 3-week deferral due to the next meeting is scheduled for November 29th.
So, Councilmember Palermo, do you want to clarify your motion, please?
Sure. So I motion to defer this till the next regularly scheduled mayor and council meeting, which is on November 29th. And in that time, I request that the applicant certainly reach out to, and I think it'd be very helpful if just any discussion with the neighbors and any suggestions that the applicant and the neighbors have of how we can find how we can resolve any concerns and find a win-win, and specifically what I definitely want to clarify and specify is that the applicant will look at, and as well as staff actually, one on 92 in Cherokee County on the south side to get a comparison so we can understand for the character with the mass and the scale. Is that first of all, is that clear to the applicant?
Yeah.
And then is that something that's acceptable to you?
Sure.
Okay. That is my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Hall, Tizer, Wilsey, and Palermo. All those opposed, Councilmember Zapata. The motion carries. And we are going to take a 15-minute recess. Thank you.
So what do I do for the next one?
Councilmember Hall, we're back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 8, approval of CU 2021-1518, 720 Grimes Bridge Road, the Cottage School. Removal and revision of prior conditions. Applicant requested a deferral from the May 2nd, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting to the June 14th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting. Then again, applicant requested a deferral from the June 14th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting to the August 9th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting. Applicant requested a deferral from the August 9th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting to the November 8th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting in order for the applicant to close on the property in October of 2021. Presented by Ms. Dybel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Cottage School request at 720 Grimes Bridge Road. Request to remove conditions and to change a condition. As stated by Councilmember Hall, this was the background for this. It was an approval back in October of 2020. In April of this year, they submitted a request to change conditions from that approval. They were deferred in May to June, deferred in June to August, and then once again from August to November 8th, which is this evening. And that was in order to close on the property at 710 Grimes Bridge Road. This is the location of the property. The applicant did close on the property at 710 Grimes Bridge Road on October 5th of last month. 720, I'm sorry, they closed on 710, which is the property next door. This is for the change of conditions to 720. This property is zoned civic, as you can see. These were the conditions from 2020. To install a 6-foot tall fence along the property, along the southern and western property lines of 710 Grimes Bridge Road that abut the Cottage School property. Number 2 was to install a 6-foot tall fence on the Cottage School property along the eastern and southern property lines of 730 Grimes Bridge Road that abut the Cottage School property. All required fencing must be completed within 6 months. The play area to be used by students to be restricted to the backyard of the property. All other conditions from the 2012 conditional use shall remain. Number 6 is the owner developer shall install 2 rows of evergreen screening plants to be located on the Cottage School property along the fence with a minimum width and height to minimize the sound from neighbors. The screening plants to be approved by the Design Review Board. Number 7, the fencing and screening shall be approved by Design Review Board. Number 8, the golf cart path shall be relocated. Number 9, the playground shall be relocated to the center of the backyard of the property. And number 10, there shall be a maximum of 30 students in the school at one time. This Cottage School, for this request, is asking to remove conditions 1, 8, and 9. Number 1 relates to the fencing surrounding the home at 710 Grimes Bridge Road, and conditions 8 and 9 relate to the playground and the golf cart path. The applicant is requesting a change to condition number 6, which is to install 2 rows of evergreen screening plants to be located on the Cottage School property along the fence with a minimum width and height to minimize sound from neighbors, and the screening plants to be approved by the DRB. This is a photo of the fence along the property. This is along the driveway that goes along the property at 720 Grimes Bridge Road. This is the fence that was installed within the 6-month time frame. Here's another photo of the fence that is installed along the property. And as you can see from the photo, all the trees that exist really close to the fence line. So if you chose to keep this condition, which is number 6, to install the evergreen plants, these trees would have to be removed in order to replant the evergreens. So these are the existing trees that are there. In order to install, let's say, a double row of trees, 20 feet of evergreen trees, these trees would have to come down. This is the plan that was submitted for the revised drawings here on October 26th of this year from the applicant. So what they requested to do was install trees in locations where there was not as many trees, where trees could grow, and there are also more understory trees to keep the overstory trees that are existing on the property. They had an arborist come out and take a look, and based on those comments and walking the site and taking a look at what's existing on the property, the location of the trees shown on this plan would complement what is existing out there and would allow for them to install trees and not to remove the existing trees that are on the property. Staff does recommend approval of the conditions and a change to condition number 6 with the revised landscaping plan. So what we have recommended approval of is to remove conditions 1, 8, and 9 as requested by the applicant, and then also to change to allow for the landscape plan to be approved, which is from 10/26/21. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council have any questions? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you clarify on the revised landscape plan, has that been agreed to by the Honeycutts?
The Honeycutts have received it. They will most likely get up and speak this evening. I cannot say for sure if they have agreed to it or not, but they did receive the plans last week.
Thank you.
Additional questions for staff from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Oh, I'm sorry, the applicant. God. I am sorry, Mr. Rollator. Didn't mean to cut you out of the process.
All right. Well, good evening. I'm Dr. Steve Palmer. I am the head of school at the Cottage School, 700 Grimes Bridge Road. I'd like to thank you, Mayor Henry, and the council for your support of the Cottage School and 37 years of the Cottage School being part of this community. Little things make big things. The Cottage School serves children from 4th grade up to 12th grade that have learning disabilities. Most people look at disabilities and they talk about SLD. SLD, to some people, stands for a specific learning disability. To me, it stands for smart kids learn differently. Smart kids learn differently, you teach them differently. For 37 years, the Cottage School has served this community and its families, helping kids. And when I hear stories from parents, it's not that you saved my child's life, you saved our family's life. So we continue, and I appreciate all your support. As I am a board member in the state of Georgia for independent schools, with this pandemic that has gone on, I was in a meeting with a group and they said, there's not a lot of learning that went on the past couple, 3 years. And I disagreed. I said, yes, there was a lot of learning. Maybe not the learning we expected, but our students who adapted, who strived, that went through that adversity, came through. The Cottage School stays open and stayed open for 3 years. This evening I just left. I left our drama department. They were putting on a play, and their title of the play, of the screenplay, is This is a Test. Little things make big things. It was a test for all schools and all communities. But our school stayed open and continued to serve, help students thrive. And tonight, as I move forward, these little things make big things. And by the way, our little school is representing the state of Georgia in the state for the things that we've done this year. So I thank you for your time. I do want to turn it over to our Representative Don Rollator. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Don Rollator. My address is 200 Foothills Parkway, Marble Hill, Georgia, 30148. To satisfy your curiosity, Marble Hill is a suburb of Big Canoe. The shopping center is there at the intersection of 53 and Steve Tate. It's called Marble Hill because Long Swamp Creek runs all through there, and there are big hills on either side of it, and they are chock full of marble. They are delivering marble on a daily basis. It's in makeup, it's in toothpaste, it's in paint, it's in a million things, and there are still slabs in the ground. I'll stop my diatribe, but I asked on the tour one time, I'm looking at this giant hole and it's marble of all colors all in there. I said, how much more you got left? He said, about 400 years. So Marble Hill is Marble Hill. I'll get back to the subject with you. This is an application to amend and revise the conditions of approval granted by the city on October 13th of 2020. At the time of the approval, the property at 710 Grimes Bridge Road was owned by a third party, and the fencing and landscape requirements along the property lines of that property upon approval by the city were extensive and expensive. Cottage School chose to purchase the property at 710 Grimes Bridge Road in lieu of constructing the required improvements. The purchase by the school closed on October 5th of 2021, and the school now owns the property in fee simple. The school does not desire any additional landscaping, fencing, path relocation, playground relocation, or other condition requirements on the property at 710 Grimes Bridge Road. Cottage School is requesting that conditions 1, 8, and 9, which affect 710 Grimes Bridge Road, be removed entirely. The cost of complying with those conditions, the cost would be in excess of $400,000, so the school bought the property. Cottage School is requesting that condition 6 be modified so as to delete the required screening landscape stated in the resolution and to require additional landscape as shown on the plan that you see on your screen. It's been filed and reviewed by staff, and we ask that you make that condition the condition on this property in lieu of what's number 6 right now. There's a very important reason, and I think you can get excellent input from your staff. Jackie showed you the mature trees that would have to come down in order to meet that condition, number 1. Number 2, Jackie Dybel and Lenore Blomberg were kind enough to meet us on the property and take an extensive tour of the exterior surroundings. If you have any concerns or questions about the impact of condition 6, I ask you to discuss it and talk with them. Once we had this plan created, we took it to them and reviewed it with them so that everyone is of the same accord. On the Honeycutt property, applicant has a 6-foot tall wooden fence constructed along the entire common boundary. It provides an opaque visual screen. You saw it in the pictures. The Honeycutt side of the property is mature undergrowth. I don't think it's been disturbed in 25 years. The property on our side is mature forest and undisturbed property. It's woods. So you have woods on one side of the fence, woods on the other. Any attempt to supplant that with just 2 simple rows of evergreen trees would destroy the natural buffer that's there. So that's the reason for our request. I have no idea what the opinion is of the Honeycutt family. They haven't contacted us and discussed it with us, but I'm telling you that from a reasonable and practical standpoint, the best thing for both sides of that fence is to create an enhanced landscape buffer, which that proposes, and to leave those pines and oaks and hickories and dogwoods where they lay. A portion of that property, the abutting fence is 2 feet from the edge of the driveway. You couldn't physically put 2 rows, 20 feet of evergreen trees in the driveway. If you did, you would lose the ability of that part of the property to be served by fire, police, emergency services, all of those things. You would create a life safety issue that doesn't exist today. Staff, like I say, have walked the site. We concur with the staff conditions. We have no question about any of them, and we ask your kind consideration of this proposal. Mr. Palmer and I will answer any of your questions that we are capable of answering. We seek out your concerns, and we appreciate your time this late in the evening. Mayor, except for responding to questions, we will reserve any remaining time we need for rebuttal.
I won't forget you again.
Thank you.
Does council have any questions for the applicant? Not seeing any. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Honeycutt. I'm the daughter of Ella Ruth Honeycutt, who lives next to the cottage school. My parents, Howard and Ella Ruth, bought their property of 5 acres in 1967. My father passed away in 2014. The cottage school is, as we can see on the plan, at 720, well, it's actually a wider area, but we're talking specifically about the property that is next to the 720 Grimes Bridge Road. My siblings and I went back to read the resolution dated 10/13/2020, number 6, which states that the owner-developer shall install 2 rows of evergreen screening plants to be located on the school's property along the fence with a minimum width and height to minimize the sound. For the neighbors. The screening plants would be approved by the Design Review Board. Okay, we got that far. Then we saw the requirements for the evergreen buffer by the DRB. Date 2/3/2021, stating that a land disturbance permit would be required for the planting of the screening plants, and the first row of the evergreen screening plants should be 8 feet tall at the time of planting. Well, we were glad to see the fence in place, but we were wondering why the evergreen buffer had not been planted after it was agreed upon from the from the DRB. That was the plan. And this was for noise, for sound. Okay. 2 months later, we read the letter from the school suggesting a different landscape planting plan. In fact, to our understanding, they had consulted the Twin Branch Nursery. We reviewed the nursery's landscape plan and concluded that it appears to be more of a beautification improvement. After reading Mr. Rollator's letter dated 4/5/2021, in which the school requested the removal of condition number 6 and suggested other ways of planting, we would like the school to reconsider following the DRB guidelines. Mr. Rollator states that if the condition is not revised, the removal of mature and specimen trees would be necessary. We disagree with this statement. From what we've seen, no trees have to be removed. And if, on the other hand, there were, the evergreen buffer could be modified in that area. He also states that there is a natural buffer. We disagree with this statement. The school has removed all the natural buffer. What's left of the vegetation is deciduous, which becomes bare from November to March. That's one thing that we need to understand about this area. Over 80% of the trees are deciduous. There are no leaves on those trees from November to March, April. Therefore, there is no natural buffer. This is our main concern. We are concerned about a buffer to protect us from noise from the school. Then Mr. Rollator states that the granting of his proposal will have no negative impact on adjoining or nearby properties. We disagree. Again, we understand the plan of beautifying the property doesn't respond to the problem at hand, which is controlling the noise. Therefore, we ask the council and mayor to help us seek an agreement that satisfies both parties. That might be difficult. But we thank you, the Honeycutt family.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no hands up, does council have any questions for the applicant or for staff? Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a question for Jackie and Lenore, based on your site visit. Based on your visit and observation, what is your thought on the mature trees and whether or not they would have to be removed? I'm all in favor of keeping the mature trees, if at all possible.
Sure. Jackie, can you go to the couple of pictures you had? And I'll also, so we've also reviewed this, not only Jackie and I doing our site visit, but we've also engaged the landscape architects on DRB, of course, with reviewing the plan, as well as our other landscape architects in community development, to look at the existing tree structure. And essentially, in order to plant the double row of evergreens as was included in the condition from October of 2020, the way that looks is very similar to our neighborhood compatibility buffer, where you have a double row, they're 10 foot on center. There was the requirement for the one row to be a minimum of the 8 feet at the time of planting. The amount of space that those need to be able to grow and to be planted, in order to put those here, about the existing trees within about 20 to 30 feet of that fence line to the left side of the picture would have to be removed in order to plant those at the density as was shown on the plan as approved by DRB. And once we recognized that, we had a conversation about not sure that that was necessarily what this council was asking for, is to remove a number of trees. Some of them are specimen, not all of them are. There's probably a couple that are. In this particular picture, there's probably one, the rest of those would not be. And so we said, let's take a look at this and get someone to have an opinion on the existing landscaping and what that impact would be. So for example, if you were to try and plant the evergreens, say at an 8 foot height, the root ball, you have to dig a hole that's about 5 feet across and 3 feet deep. And as soon as you start to try and do that, you cut into the root system of the existing trees there. There's a potential of two things that might happen. One is that those trees, if you try to cram a lot of them in there, will not survive because they're not going to be in a conducive environment. They may have too much shade because of the overstory trees that exist there. There's also the impacts you have to the existing trees. And so that was why the recommendation is to do something to enhance the existing trees that are overstory there now with more under and mid-story type trees. So the trees that are currently being recommended grow to a full height of 12 to 15 feet. I honestly don't know what that growing period is. It's certainly information that we could get, but I know that when I look through the list of those and talk to the arborist and landscape architect about that's what we talked about, was having something that would provide that gap in between those taller trees and the fence. The evergreen trees at about 8 feet in height, if you're used to seeing some of those, they're kind of a upside down or a teardrop shape. So the top is fairly thin. It's not a big round tree with a big canopy at top. So even at 8 feet of height, you're looking at about this much of a tree sticking above that fence, and it's maybe this wide. And they're going to be spaced probably 10, 20 feet apart, depending on what plan ends up ultimately getting implemented. So visually, I'm not sure how much it would appear to create a screen, for example, until those grow to a much greater height. And as stated before, one of the concerns about trying to plant something underneath, and we've had this experience elsewhere in the city of trying to plant buffers, and they tried to cram in a bunch of magnolias and evergreens, and they don't do very well. They're not able to compete, which is why you typically see it completely cleared and then planted in order to get those large green evergreen kind of screenings that you typically see when they grow to full height. So that was based on our recommendation, was to take a look and see. And if you go to the plan page, just to clarify, so all of the blue circles that you see are existing trees that are greater than 3 inches, I believe was the minimum criteria they used. It might have been 6 for the survey. Those are all existing hardwoods and softwoods, and then the green dots that you see are where they're recommending the enhancement plantings based on those existing tree conditions. And this was again reviewed by landscape architects in-house as well as with DRB in order to verify that they felt it would be an enhancement of that existing on the up-down, north-south piece of that you're looking at there. That's about a 50-foot setback that you're seeing that vegetation being placed in. And then it's also 50 on the small piece east-west, but because of the other development, the roads and stuff that they were talking about, it is a little bit less than a 50-foot area that they're planting in. It's closer to that 30-foot range that we were talking about before. So hopefully that helps.
Sure, no, it does. I mean, I definitely want the neighbor to have the visual and sound, barrier that they want, but in addition to, if there's any way to keep this natural transition, I think it would just, look much better and be more natural and pleasing long-term if there was a suitable compromise.
Comments, questions? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So would it be possible to put trees, if you can't put a double row on one side because of some of these trees in the way, could you put some on both sides of the fence on the other property effectively? I mean, would that be something that would be an option?
That would be putting trees on the Honeycutt's property, and no, I'm looking at the city attorney, and he said that is not something that would be done.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, the proposed trees, are they all evergreen, or are some of these deciduous?
I believe it's a mix, but honestly, I was thinking the same question as you were asking it, and I don't remember the answer to that question. That could be something that from a species selection perspective that we can verify. I know the first one I pulled up was a perennial, so I'd have to check the other species that are on the list. Right? Yes, but they don't tell me if they're deciduous or not. So I can look that up if you want to continue asking questions to answer that.
And my final question is, would it be possible to have a joint meeting with the Honeycutts and the Twin Branch Nursery and the school to walk the property together to see what the options are? The question is, could the Honeycutts who have the property on the other side participate with the school and the nursery in picking the material that would live and provide the sound buffer that...
It's up to the council if you chose to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hall, you can't base your condition on somebody else's approval. That's not part of it.
Councilmember Palermo.
Just in the effort of finding a compromise, I know it was brought up that in a previous version it mentioned specifically for sound. Is there anything that can be rolled or added to the school side of the fence that would help reduce the sound? Does anyone know, is that something that's a possibility?
I will speak from a professional engineer or the transportation engineer perspective. Landscaping can help soften things, but it's not necessarily going to be a noise barrier like a fence would or a noise wall would. So the fence in of itself probably provides better noise dampening and effect because it would redirect the sound up than the vegetation does. Now, of course, very thick, deep stretches of landscaping certainly can help soften that. A lot of the sharper noises, like voices, for example, tend to not be dampened very well. But there's all sorts of theories on what that can be. That's why typically most people would consider evergreens because, as was being mentioned, is that they lose their leaves and so now they're not there and they do have a dampening effect, which is why evergreens would be something that would typically be looked at. So far, I'm finding about half the trees that are recommended are evergreens. So there certainly are evergreens being suggested that will work in the area. I don't know, exactly which ones they are, but that could be something that could be considered as a part of the plant selection and making sure that is considered before the final approval is done.
Because, yeah, I mean, I think two things that are coming to mind for me are, one, potentially the city arborist, along with approval from the DRB, just looks for anywhere along the fence line that an evergreen can be planted without just being destructive to the mature trees, as well as for the DRB to look for any opportunities that could be added to the fence to help reduce the sound. I'm seeing those as two potential compromises. Not sure how the applicant feels about those or this council, but I just wanted to throw those two ideas out there.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, well, since that the sound and the noise is a problem, the issue is the sound and the noise. So the question is how we resolve the problem. If we know where the sound or the noise is coming from, maybe you can work on a barrier where this coming close to where it's coming from instead of on the fence. If we identify where the sound and noise is coming from, we can try to surround this area to minimize or absorb the noise and sound. So I think I have a different approach, is close to where it's coming, the sound and noise, and isolate as best as possible with evergreen or whatever material is needed to minimize this. So I don't know along all this property where this sound and noise is coming from, and then go from there. So I would like to identify where the sound and noise is coming.
Can you answer that question?
They might know where their facilities are better than I could point out, so I'll defer to the applicant.
If it pleases the mayor and council, I think I can combine the response with rebuttal, and maybe we'll go home at a more reasonable hour. We did an extensive professional sound study at the time we presented the original proposal back in 2020. The results of that proposal, which are part of the record in this file, are that at no point on either side of the property did the decibels exceed the city requirement. Only between, for some reason, 120 and 140 in the afternoon did it spike anywhere above 58 decibels. 60 is your requirement. I don't know why, but in general, my statement is that there is no ongoing sound problem there if you apply the city standards. Other than that, I think the perfect solution to final planning approval is to assign it to the Design Review Board. That statement, I believe, is the last statement in existing Condition 6. And it's not our intention to remove that statement. If the council approves it subject to the screening plant shall be approved by the Design Review Board, I think they can go to any extent and any depth that they would like to focus on it, to tweak it, and to give it protection. I'm just telling you that you can't tear down 20 to 50-year-old mature trees or leave most of them and plant young trees under it and expect them to grow when they don't have direct sunlight. It's just not going to happen. So you can't solve all the problems all the time, but my response is let the Design Review Board give it their best efforts. We'll certainly cooperate with them. We'll have our designer and landscape person right there with them. They'll have a formal meeting, I'm sure. We're happy to be part of it. Where we put the plants, I think they've done a good job of, but if they want to put a little different place or a little different plant, it's not an issue. But it resolves this and gets it to the point where you can do the best job possible. I think in Rotary we say, is it fair to all concerned? And I think that's what I'm looking at here. There is no perfect solution. There is a solution. This cottage school's been there since 1984. It's not a new thing. Whether or not the neighbor likes or dislikes the cottage school, I can't explain or talk about. I can just tell you that we'll go 51% or more to make this work. If there are any questions for me or Mr. Palmer, I'm more than happy to answer them. I'm at your disposal. Otherwise, if public comment is concluded, then we would also conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Rollator. Here's the concern that I have, and how can we resolve it? Because the cottage school is not the same cottage school that was there 25 years ago, or even 15 years ago, or 10 years ago. It has been growing, and it's growing in a residential area. And so my concern is, because the school continues to grow, these folks would like some kind of assurance that they're not going to be impacted negatively by the growth in the cottage school. So that is my concern, and I would love for this council, and yes, I agree with the Design Review Board. That's what they're here for. However, I think that we need to give them some firm direction in order to protect the interests of the Honeycutts. Councilmember Tizer.
So a number of things. First of all, thank you for the work you do for the children in our community. And to Mr. Rollator, each time you get up to present, and I think about this, I've thought about it each time in the last 4 years, I'm transported to a scene in My Cousin Vinny. I think we have a solution here. And I think the solution is, as I think Councilman Palermo laid out, it goes to the Design Review Board. And I think, as Mayor Henry just said, we can give them a firm number that says at no time, the test of this is that at no time does the decibel level exceed whatever that number is, 55, 60, whatever the number is. And so the arborist or the Design Review Board would have a metric that they can rely on to make whatever needs to happen, happen. And so I think it's there. I think we've got what we need.
Well, and I also think Councilmember Zapata had a good point, which is, where is the noise coming from? And are there opportunities, not at just the fence line, but are there other opportunities for plantings within the site that might diffuse some of the noise? And I'm sure that the cottage school knows exactly where the noise is coming from, because you're there every day. So I think that that's something we should look at as well. And maybe, perhaps we ask the Design Review Board to look at plantings around, I don't know, what noise hotspots. I don't know what else to call it. So that, I think, would be another opportunity to broaden this, so it's not just the fence line, but it's internal plantings that I would think that the cottage school would be happy to do anyhow, because it beautifies their property and it would help with noise. Additional comments from council? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I noticed that the applicant didn't answer my question, where the sound is coming from, to look on the barriers there. My question was ignored, and I'm glad, Mayor, you brought it back. I appreciate it. So I don't know when the question could be answered about where the noise and sound is coming from and where the options to create a barrier right there. Thank you, Mayor.
Additional comments, questions from council? Do I have a motion?
I have a clarifying question for the council. So for item number 6, we're proposing that the Design Review Board have some more specific instructions from council to focus on the noise, the areas where noise may be concentrated as they're looking at and approving the plan. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay. Motion to approve to remove the conditions number 1, 8, and 9, and to amend condition 6 as written with the additional language of specific instructions for the Design Review Board to focus the screening, the evergreen screening, to where the sound and noise may be originating from. And that's my motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
I thought we were done, but there's another page. Item number 9, PV 2021-12685, CV 2021-2696, located at 10901 Crabapple Road Parkway. Village small tract status and concurrent variances to 2.2.20 driveway area percentage, 2.2.2 lot, letter E, lot frontage, 2.2.19 driveway depth, and 4.3.5 rear setback, presented by Ms. Dybel.
Yes, this is a request for Parkway Village status, located at 10901 Crabapple Road. They're proposing 12 front-loaded townhomes, and as stated, with 4 concurrent variances. I want you to take a look at the aerial. The property is outlined there in red. The yellow portion on the aerial is not a part of the property. It is a separate parcel. The portion in red with a little bit of the yellow on the one side is the property. Here's the property as outlined. So as you can see the difference from the aerial, the yellow portion is not a part of the property. Property is currently zoned Parkway Village. This is the proposed site plan showing the 12 townhomes, front-loaded townhomes coming in off of Crabapple Road. Here's a zoomed-in portion so you can see what we're looking at here. The property is coming in through an access easement that is located on the property to the north. It is not crossing through the property. That is not a part of this plan. I know I'm back and forth, but I'm trying to show you how the access is coming in. So you can see the access point on this aerial that is located to the north of the property and coming through the office park complex that's north of it. As stated, they are showing 12 front-loaded townhomes. That is the request with the Parkway Village small tract status. There's this is the proposed tree plan that they have submitted. They are asking for 4 variances. One is to the lot frontage, section 2.2.2, which requires this frontage. This is in relation to the existing lot of record, not the proposed townhome lots. If this is approved by the mayor and council and the development gets, if the development gets developed, the townhome lots would have frontage on the roads that are coming in. This is a frontage variance on the existing lot of record. A variance to section 2.219 to reduce the required 20-foot driveway to 16 feet along for the driveway length. The driveway width, variance to section 2.2.20 to allow for 56% width instead of 40%. And a rear setback variance to section 4.3.5 to reduce the rear setback from 20 feet to 17 feet for lots 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, and 12. And this next plan will show you that. So I'm going to bounce a little bit back and forth again. The red line on here is showing you 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. That is the rear setback request for those 6 lots or 6 townhomes. The green outline is showing you the driveway length section that is kind of is for every lot, but it's highlighted in those areas. And then the yellow one is for the 20-foot, or it's for the reduction on all the lots for the reduction of the driveway length. The only one we don't have on here is the lot frontage. I know it's a little bit I know it's a lot, but hope that's understandable. Staff's recommendation, we are supporting 2 of the variances. We support the lot frontage variance request and to increase the driveway area percentage from 40% to 56%. Staff is actually recommending a denial of the 2 variances that are related to the rear setback request and the driveway depth request. And due to the fact that we are supporting a denial of those 2 variances, staff is recommending denial of the Parkway Village variance, Parkway Village small tract status request, and those 2 current variances. I know this was a lot. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council have any questions for staff? Okay. I'd like to hear from the applicant.
Oh, sure. The site plan?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, that one. That'd be great. Thank you. Mayor Henry, members of the council, my name is Ed Tate. I live here in Roswell. I'm with the firm of Tate and Betts, and our office is at 56 Perimeter Center East, Suite 450, Dunwoody, Georgia, 30346. I don't have an entertaining story about a hole full of marble, so we'll just kind of get to it. I represent the applicant, Creviston of Crabapple LLC, and with me here tonight are Dale Creviston and Brad Riffle with AEC. The applicant is proposing, as Jackie indicated, a 12 townhouse development to be constructed at 10901 Crabapple Road. The other sliver of property that kind of wraps around it actually does have a street address. That's 10875 Crabapple Road. We don't control that. That is not part of the project. The property is located in the Parkway Village district and eligible for small tract status. Just for the record, this is not a zoning or rezoning. The townhouses are an allowed use in the Parkway Village district. The property to the north, south, and east are actually developed with no combination possibilities. The property to the west is simply not something that will benefit the plan, nor is it within the purview or within the bank account actually of the applicant. It's too expensive. The access to the property, as Jackie's pointed out, is through a 27-foot access and utility easement, which goes over a corner of the property to the north. It's the main access to the property, has been for quite some time. There is negotiations afoot to add to that access easement width-wise, and we are working on that. The staff has found this property is eligible for small tract status. It's less than 7 acres. It has less than 400 feet of road frontage on Crabapple Road. As a matter of fact, it has none, and no possibility of combination with other properties. If you look at the site plan, with a few exceptions, these townhomes meet the development criteria under the UDC. They're 3 to a building. They're recessed garages. We've provided for 6 visitor parking spaces as required. There's 6,440 square feet of common area, and we've met all the required setbacks on the perimeter of the property. Not talking about the individual home townhouses right now, but the perimeter of the property. There is a large specimen water oak tree in the southeast corner of the property, and I'll talk to you more about that. That is something we want to save. The properties are all going to be oriented toward the private streets that go through the middle of the property, and the stormwater concept has been approved. Each, just to give you some specs on the townhomes themselves, they will be 1,302 square feet of heated floor space, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. There will be dense tree planting along and in the common area that fronts onto Crabapple Road, such that when you look off the road, you're going to see a lot more trees, and you're going to see these buildings, and from these buildings, you're going to see a lot less of Crabapple Road and more trees. So there's going to be a lot of tree planting and bushes planted there in order to screen both sides. So we feel we have a good argument for small tract status. It can't be combined. It's less than 7 acres, and there's really nothing else that can be done other than through small tract status. As to the requested variances, and I'm trying to move this along because of the hour, and I know you all going to go in this closed session. The first one in the list that we had, and I called it number 1, was that the property doesn't have any frontage on Crabapple Road. This was solved by virtue of the access and utility easement from our neighbor to the north. The staff has recommended approval of that variance. There's a second variance request in that the city transportation requires driveways of not less than 12 feet wide. And we're not talking about the distance from the house to the street. We're talking about the width of the driveway vis-a-vis the front facade of the house. When you make a driveway 12 feet wide on buildings that are almost just about 22 feet wide, it messes up the percentage of parking and driveway area, and it comes out in our case to 56%, which is more than the 40% recommended by the code, but the staff has graciously recommended to approve that request. It's not making a significant difference. The other 2 requests are the ones that obviously the staff has not chosen to recommend, but we think are good variances and that we have good reason for them. The first one is that the applicant has requested a slight reduction in the driveway length from 20 feet to 16 feet. In projects like this, you end up with a tug of war between what's the length of the driveway and then how much rear setback do you have, because you've got one pulling in one direction and the other one pulling in the other direction. We've also got to deal with the transportation department's requirements with respect to sidewalks and grass strips. In this case, when you add a 5-foot, and you can see it along in front of any one of these houses, when you add a 5-foot sidewalk and a 2-foot grass strip, you're already 7 feet up into the property before you start measuring for the driveway. So we think that, and then when you've got the same thing on both sides of the street as is required, you end up with 14 feet on either side, 7 on either side before you start measuring for the driveway. We're talking about dead-end streets, not very long, not going to be traveled by anybody really other than the homeowners and their visitors. There really isn't enough room to get up enough speed to cause a whole lot of damage, and we really think that if safety is what's required, then we don't think that that's going to be an issue. We really don't think that's going to be a problem. The backyard setback, which is condition number 4, we're talking about 6 of 12 townhomes and 3 feet, a deduction of 3 feet in the rear setback on only 6 of those townhomes. So you're talking about, about 18 feet altogether that won't be in the rear setback. So we don't think that this is something that really ought to cause a lot of people a lot of heartburn, and certainly we don't think it's going to cause people who end up in these homes a lot of heartburn. But what the council needs to understand is that what's driving both of these requests, what's the main reason for both of these requests is shorter driveways, the reduction in setback, is a tree. It's that water oak tree sitting in the corner. That's what's pushing everything up to the north and west, because without that tree, we could do this without the variances that we're talking about. But we want to maintain that tree. It's a specimen tree. It's something like 28 inches around or something like that. And the neighbors want to preserve that tree. Several people in Crabapple Point have made the point that they'd like to have that tree maintained, and we'd like to keep it too. You know how Parkway Village small tract status applications go. File your application, you go directly to mayor and council. Applicant has reached out to adjacent property owners, even across Crabapple Road, and thus far, no objections. Several of those people are still here tonight. God bless them. And I won't speak for them. I think they're ready, willing, and able to speak for themselves. But we've had no opposition from Crabapple Point to our south, to the church, to our east, or even to the cottages, from the cottages across the road. We respectfully request that the council carefully consider our request that grant us small tract status. Not the first time this property's gotten small tract status. Approve the site plan as presented, grant the variances 1 through 4. We accept all staff conditions. One of the HOA to the south requested that for privacy purposes, we eliminate windows on the south side of buildings 6 and 7. And we're agreeable to making that a condition of our application, so that whatever the concern may be, because we're looking at 2-story buildings, that in fact there is nothing that would cause them any concern. That's our presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Just one question. If you were inclined to save the tree and have no variances, how many townhomes could you build there?
If we were to do both, have our townhouses and the tree.
Right. So my question really is saving the tree, and then by right, what can you do?
Well, by saving the tree is basically what we have done. That saves the tree.
Right.
Okay.
So to have no variances and save the tree, how many townhomes could be built there?
Well, we would need the variances in order to build the 12. It is not possible without some variance. There is a possibility that if we reduce some sidewalks and some grass strips, we could shift the buildings to the point where we would save the tree and save the buildings. But, and we're prepared to talk about that, but the concern there is that transportation is not real keen on changing sidewalks and grass strips and things like that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And first off, question for staff. I had thought that sidewalks weren't even something that you could request a variance on.
So sidewalks are located in Article 11, which is a section that is not where you can request a variance, at least to the Board of Zoning Appeals, because the Board of Zoning Appeals can only vary items 1 through 10, and sidewalks are placed in Article 11. So believe, if I'm right, I'm gonna double check me on this, that no one can ask for a variance to sidewalks.
That was my understanding. Thank you. So, Mr. Tate, I definitely appreciate the presentation, and I was definitely very thorough. I always enjoy your presence, and definitely appreciate the not talking about other marble or whatever it was that you joked about earlier. So I do appreciate it. With this plan, I do have 2 major concerns. So one of which, you'd mentioned the small tract status, and you mentioned, not possible, and I think not possible to get to the 7 acres. However, if you look at section 4.3.13, at both A and B, it does mention that if the 7 acres with the 400 feet of road frontage cannot be assembled, then the resulting assemblage of the tract with the abutting property result in the largest tract which is feasible to combine. That's A. Or B, it mentions then the development proposed will result in a better land use than if the small tract were combined with the abutting property. And with approximately 1 year ago or so, there was a proposal for this exact property which did combine. And so it showed, that showed to me that certainly is feasible since what was presented approximately a year ago was bigger than this proposal. So that's a major concern number one I have. And then number two is, this is really just a lot of variance requests, which really means I'm questioning, is it following the code, and certainly I feel certainly not following the intent of the code clearly as well as the actual, because it's trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. So that's why I can certainly understand why staff is recommending denial of the small tract status. And I think it comes down to that it's just really trying to force a lot in by ignoring a lot of rules within our code by asking variances to so many different pieces. So I definitely look forward to listening to anything else that that you and the applicant have to say. But I just want to let you know that those two separate concerns, are very large, and again, certainly understanding staff's recommendation.
May I respond to that? Thank you for the response. To address your concerns in order, if you're referring to the daycare center as being the previous application, I was here and I made that presentation. In that case, the daycare developer had both pieces of property under contract. We've not been able to do that in this case. So we've had to go with just the back piece of property, the 1.2 acres, and then the access line. So that has not been something that staff has found fault with. They found fault with our variances, as you have, and what we're not trying to do is put a square peg in a round hole. We're trying to make a genuine, good faith effort use at a troublesome piece of property. This property has been here for a long time. It unfortunately surrounded by other pieces of property that you cannot combine to. If you combine the smaller strip, it would not add anything to the project one way or the other. It's simply too small. It's less than half an acre and it's wrapped around this piece of property. So we really don't feel that combining it is going to be would be A, required, and B, anything that would help this particular development. The reason truly for the way the variances have gone, in order to get the driveways just a little shorter, the setback a little shorter, is maintaining this tree. You got a decision to make. Are we going to maintain the tree? Are we going to, or are we going to hold to the strict letter of the zoning code? We have four requests for variances, 2 of which have been granted. The other 2 are up to y'all. And so I don't think that's trying to put a square peg in a round hole. But
Additional questions from council for the applicant? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Better hurry because it's almost past my bedtime.
It is past mine.
Good evening. My name is Sam Monaco, residing at 230 Kendamere Point, Roswell, which is in Crabapple Point community. I'm here representing Crabapple Point community, which lies immediately to the south of the site for this project and the proposed townhouse community. I wanted to say tonight, based on the information about this project that we've received from Elisa Legates prior to this meeting, I'd like to say that our community has no objections to the proposed project. Now, part of what we've been told is, and I think Mr. Tate referred to this, is that there will be no windows on the sides of the two buildings, the two townhouse buildings that would be facing our community. Because it kind of like looks down, we're like at a lower level, or at least the row of houses on that perimeter. And number two, that the trees currently in the area between the current fence and what will be the sides of those two condo buildings, and I think it's in that strip of land that is not included in the project, that those trees are going to stay there and not be, they'll be left intact, no trees removed due to the project in that corridor. So those two assumptions are critical to our no objections position, since they appear to address the potential loss of privacy issues that several of our residents along that strip, they have those loss of privacy concerns, and therefore we respectfully request that if this project or a modified version of the project is approved, that there be conditions set by the city that there will be no windows on the sides of those two townhouse buildings facing our community, or at least no windows in the second story, and that the current trees in the corridor, and there are trees on both sides of the fence, although there's a few gaps, it generally blocks out from a privacy point of view. So that's why we'd like to see a condition. If there are any changes to the plan for this project, and in particular regarding the windows and the current tree barrier, we'd want to review those, and we may change our no objections position. So some of you on the council may find it unusual to hear a community next to a proposed development that we're kind of supporting it, or at least we have no objections. And, I'd like to say that part of the reason for our no objections position on this particular project, as opposed to, say, the daycare or some other thing, is that many of the types of development that are permitted under the current parkway zoning provisions, and I remember Jackie reading through that long list over the Zoom meeting last year, we consider a small townhouse community, and especially, hopefully a nice one, we consider that on the low end of the risk of negative traffic and noise impact on our community, compared to, say, a daycare center or a tattoo parlor or a restaurant or one of the many things that were read. Our community, including our HOA, kind of like saying, hey, we know something's going to be built there. It's unlikely to be a single residential home. It's going to be some sort of commercial development. So out of that long list of things, what are kind of like the things that are going to be least problematic? So we're kind of like saying, this looks like one. So based on what we know so far. So that's why we're saying no objections as long as that privacy concern is addressed. And lastly, as we understand it, the one variance request, if approved, keeps that tree. That tree is one of those trees I'm talking about on the other side of the fence that helps with the privacy concerns. So we'd definitely like to see that tree kept and therefore the variance approved, I guess. And lastly, assuming this project is approved to proceed, and I don't know if these are the right words, we request that the council ensure that the plan that is approved, that the requirements and the conditions and everything, that those are met. In other words, if something gets approved and then something different gets built, like with picture windows on the side of the building, then that's not compliance to what was approved. So if there's any changes along the way, if the project is approved, I assume it would have to come back here, get reviewed again, and would have an opportunity to comment again. Again, I don't know if I explained myself very well, but I think you get the idea. We would expect that whatever's approved is what gets built. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone that would like to come forward? Yes, sir, please come forward.
I'm going to leave that up there for a second, and I'd like to put this up, please. Not yet. Leave that one that you had up there just for a second. I'm David Burry. I reside at 10675 Stroop Road in Roswell, Georgia. I'd like to ask Brad of AEC to answer a question for me, if you come up, please. Is that driveway and sidewalk shown on this drawing right here, does that meet code where it stops there behind my property? Okay. My involvement in this PV rezoning is for 5 reasons. Don Roller and I were consultants to Mike McGuire and Susan Cannon in helping them write the original PV code. It required small tracts to include their undeveloped adjacent contiguous neighbors and was paramount in greatly minimizing the total number of PV applications within the corridor. If not required here and now, I fear it will set a precedent that will haunt the city council and burden the courts forever. Secondly, I was awarded the 200-foot frontage with a southern sliver to the east by a court-ordered mediation. It was an unused remnant leftover piece of the 0.14 acre not recorded in my May 23 recording of Crabapple Point, which I designed and developed as an 88-lot subdivision on 17.6630 acres and being 4.98 lots per acre. The parent tract was purchased from a tract builder who had previously purchased the 17.8030 acres from the Thompson family matriarch for a shopping center. Third, the remnant piece from the sellers was a 22-foot wide strip for their intended acceleration lane for the shopping center for the northbound exiting traffic from their proposed center on the Crabapple Road. My wife's Q-Tip Trust owns the 200-foot Crabapple Road frontage tract with the eastern sliver totaling 0.1424 acres. I am the successor trustee to her Q-Tip Trust and was designated and was authored by Don Rollator on June 16, 2020. My plan was to add the rear easterly applicant's tract and build 6 or 8 lots for the rear access subdivision to be compatible and mimic my Crabapple Point, which had sold all 88 lots with newly built homes on them in 12 months. I have verbally shared with our mayor a document, our zoning director, my life plan not to speak against rezoning applications. As I spent many hours and made many dollars representing my client's best interest by speaking solely for my application's approvals, I will not deviate here tonight. However, I will not omit sharing facts that the council members might find to be valuable in making them better informed. I served the broker of 10901 Crabapple Road on March 28 with a legal trespass notice in his office. It was written to be informational, not threatening, as I did not want his client buyer to close on a landlocked piece of real estate behind my 0.1424 acre tract without being properly noticed. I delivered the notice midday and asked the broker if he could share with me his buyer's name, and he declined. I then asked if he would deliver the notice to his buyer, and he agreed. I asked about his client, and he shared the buyers were wealthy parents with a son who bought many properties in the metro area. The next morning, I returned to see if the notice had been executed for signature, and he said the client had declined to sign. Very soon thereafter, I found the landlocked buyer was, in fact, the broker's family. Throughout the time that the rear property has been either a very old residence or when they converted to a home business via renovation, I have never threatened to disallow the family's use of my 2 driveways to access their landlocked property. I've never charged them or asked them for any money to use my driveways. I've tried to be a good neighbor to their family, but it seems the broker is pretty set on making money only and apparently not at all in complying with city code compliances. In late 2018, I was made aware that the landlocked owner was intending to remodel the existing basement with renovations to build a formal real estate sales and office staffing room in the dated home basement. The following notes were part and parcel of his city-approved architectural plans required and clearly stated. Remove existing well and tank, cap as needed, install new water line to the street. The office operated for many months, serving the citizens of Roswell and the public. These approved plan requirements were never met. 3 weeks ago, I confirmed with Fulton County Public Works that they had no past billing records or other information that this property is now or was ever on public water or sewer. It is my professional opinion that it's highly unlikely that the state of Georgia health laws would allow newly renovated public accessible office to provide water supply via 70-plus or minus year-old wells and sewer treatment via private dated 70-plus or minus year-old septic systems. The blatant disregard for permitted plans to save money or to possibly put others in harm's way is hard for me to fathom. As confusing me is, how did this obvious lack of compliance with the architectural plans approved by the city be given a CO, or did the landowner occupy the property without requesting a final inspection and it just slipped through the cracks? I in no way want to insinuate that anyone in the city administration behaved badly, with the full exception of the transportation department, which should clearly be held accountable for permitting a very unsafe and disallowed driveway on a third-party property that opens that landowner up to serious liabilities in the future. When the transportation department allowed a driveway to be constructed within a city in Fulton County, final platted 10-foot wide, no access strip, it was determined that a driveway to a third party, not the office park tract F, should be allowed driveway to be built. The city does not enforce legal style project covenants. However, therefore, the legal department would likely not have been required to recover them for the city's permitting. The project covenants travel with the land, unless expired or extinguished, are considered to provide additional restrictions and legal guidance for the 6 landowners within the Crabapple Office Park project. Moreover, the perpetual covenants for Crabapple Office Park clearly state they are, quote, perpetual, close quote, paren, book 8914, page 56, close paren, close quote, and repeated, perpetual, book 8914, page 57, paragraph 1, line 3. Most specifically, they further address in the same book and page in paragraph 1, paren A, line 4. But any owner may grant the privilege or benefit of such easement, license, right, or privilege to its tenants, subtenants, customers, agents, guests, invitees, and licensees, provided, however, the, quote, within easement shall in no event be construed to create any rights in or for the benefit of the general public. Paragraph 3, paren D, that any provision of this declaration of easements may be subrogated, modified, rescinded, or amended in whole or in part, only with the consent of all of the then owners or mortgagees, paren lien holders, of the tracts for whose the benefit of the provisions exists and upon the land the provision is imposed.
Mr. Burry, I need you to wrap it up, but we've gone way over your time limit.
I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm having trouble reading. I've had cataract surgery. It's a little bit more than I can handle. I'm sorry.
Well, good luck with that. Okay, so you've raised a number of questions, more than a number, a lot of questions. So if Mr. Burry, if you'd have a seat, and let me see if there's anyone else that would like to talk. Yes, please come forward.
Hi there, my name's Janet Maddox, and I'm the president of the Homeowners Association at the Cottages of Roswell. We have little direct contact with this property other than that we see it coming and going every time we come and go, and we have whatever traffic it might generate will certainly impact us, as our only access is right opposite this property. From our perspective, 12 townhomes, or 10, or whatever might actually fit the property, is probably the best we could hope for in that regard. It's certainly better than a very active daycare center or another business that might generate a lot more traffic in that particular area, where the traffic can be pretty bad from time to time anyhow. So with that in mind, I think we would love to see a project of this type fly. But I would also be very concerned about this orphan strip of land that surrounds the property. Something will have to be done with that, or what happens to it? It sits there along the street and it grows weeds while behind it we have this lovely townhome development. I don't know how that would work. I can't quite envision this. It's just too weird to have the entire road frontage not part of the property. I don't have the solution for that. You've got lots of people who have solutions. All I'm saying is if this could be made to fly and some of these issues dealt with, that would be great. But we're not supporting or opposing. We're just saying, sounds good, but the details don't look so great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please come forward.
My name is Craig Molnar. I am the owner of one of the office buildings to the north of this project. And in speaking to my neighbor, who is the other office building north of this project, the two of us have absolutely no objections to this project. Keep it short.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Okay, well, we'll hear from the applicant again. I know that Mr. Burry raised a lot of questions. If you can try to address some of those, and also if you would please address the assemblage issue.
Okay. Just kind of in order of the way I was listening to him, particularly Sam in the very beginning, we are committed to the upstairs windows not existing. The trees that he's talking about, the 3 trees on the bottom, are not on our property, and we would make a condition of the application being granted the site plan, which is normal course. So if in fact there was a deviation from that site plan, you could call us back in here and say, what in the world are y'all doing out there? But we would make the site plan a condition and anticipate following it strictly. Mr. Burry's comment with respect to the, well, he had several comments. With respect to the driveway, we understand that it meets code. If it doesn't, I'm sure the Transportation Department will tell us, and we'll make whatever adjustments need to be made. But it's our understanding that it meets code. I think he also raised the issue of precedent, which is very often raised indiscriminately with respect to any and all projects. I don't think this sets a precedent. This is a small tract status piece of property. It is one that is an outlier surrounded by properties that it cannot combine with and properties that, the property that it simply can't afford to combine with. And I think staff indicated, at least in part of one of the reports, that you simply can't force people to combine in a situation like this where it's going to cost too much. It won't make the project any better. So we've got to go it alone, and we think we've got a good project. With respect to the concern over the piece of property out front growing up with weeds and all that sort of thing, we mow it now. We take care of that piece of property now. If we weren't doing it, they'd have an obligation to at least maintain their property as well. But it's not something we can necessarily control, but it's something that we attempt to make better all the time. And the last one was with respect to the property owners to our north. They have no objections to this project. To be honest, I haven't heard anybody say, yeah, we got to have this. But what I have heard is that there is a concern that what may come in there is going to be much worse than this. And the people are looking at it from the standpoint of what's the best thing that we can do, particularly given the list that was alluded to with respect to actual uses that you could make of this property. It ranges from cemeteries to gun shops or shooting ranges. So I think what you're hearing the neighbors say is, this is something we could live with, as opposed to a lot of those things that they really couldn't live with. I have a question for Mr. Davidson. With respect to the, we heard from Jackie that you can't get a variance to a sidewalk requirement, which I understand and I understood before she pointed out. Would it not be possible for the council to make a change to a sidewalk requirement? And I have a reason for asking that.
This council could go in and change the ordinance, but I don't think they have given themselves right now the ability to change the requirement, because there is no variance to that requirement now. They could always go ahead and change the ordinance.
So it would have to go through an ordinance change. They could not, being the mayor and council and the people of last resort, could not make that change to the site plan.
No, that's just a requirement right now.
Okay, all right. Good to know. We believe that this is a good project, and it's one that the neighbors are willing to accept, and saves that tree. It really does. Thank you.
Thank you,
Unless
Mr.
there are
Tate.
some other questions.
Council have questions for the applicant or staff? Seeing no hands up, do I have a motion?
A lot of information on this item, and I am going to go back to something that Mr. Tate said, that asking for all of these variances simply makes this something that people can live with, and that's not what Roswell is about, something that we can live with. That's why we have the UDC, and that's why we have the rules that we have, so that we can have the best possible product for Roswell. So in this case, I'm going to agree with staff and with their recommended motion to deny the small tract status.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Hall. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Palermo.
Mayor, can I make one, before the vote, one tiny
No.
comment?
No.
Even if we were to remove 2 buildings from the project, buildings 6 and 7?
So there would be no variances?
Right, we believe we would be able to, we remove 6 and 7, we would be able to accommodate the other.
Pardon? I think that, well, we've got a motion and a second. What I think might be appropriate is if you want to come back to us. I believe we're denying it tonight. I don't know what the vote is yet, but, and then you can come back with another site plan. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's
What are we voting to do?
deny small tract status. We're denying the project.
Can I ask a clarifying question, please?
Yes.
If we deny it tonight, what rights does the landowner have if they wanted
On
to
your
come
mic,
back
please.
and do what they can do by right?
They can bring it back to council to ask for small tract status again. They can develop it as it's,
Is there a waiting period, like In some cases, they have to wait a year.
No.
That's fine, thank you.
There's no waiting period?
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. I called for a vote, and I had one of these. So we've got, it's unanimous. And I saw some questioning faces. We've got a recommendation for closure. However, I would like to pull that off the agenda. Oh, darn it. I skipped right over 10. Approval to initiate the amendments to the 2040 Comprehensive Plan presented by Mrs. Bromberg.
Can you take those and hand them to them? I'm going to go ahead and get started. We're going to bring another packet to you. I'm going to give a brief explanation super quickly. We have presented tables to you in the past, and we decided to try and show those to you on actual pages out of the comp plan. And when we did that, one of the pages we realized when we were printing it out today had the stuff transposed and the wrong markups on there. So we're handing you a complete packet of everything that you'll be seeing on the presentation tonight so that you'll have it. Quick history, October 12th, you adopted the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. On October 27th, Community Development and Transportation Committee did recommend initiating the text amendments that are in front of you tonight. There was also with that a committee recommended amendment process, which is slightly different than what was originally proposed. After this evening, if you do initiate these text amendments, there'll be a neighborhood meeting scheduled with invitation to mayor and council as well as members of the Planning Commission. We're expecting that to probably happen in the January timeframe to avoid holidays and also allow us plenty of time for advertisement. Then there'll be Planning Commission public hearing for recommendation. We would expect that to be in February, again, to allow time for the advertisement period. And then, of course, mayor and council public hearing for adoption would be in March. These are the tables you've seen before, the compatible zoning that was presented in the 2040 comp plan. The next slide is two changes that were brought forward by the stakeholder committee and accepted by the stakeholder committee as two items they would want to move forward. I'm going to go over all these in a summary in just a moment. And then we have the revisions that were suggested by council members with the votes that you see tallied on the screen that we've presented a number of times. In addition, there were a couple other items to map changes based on the decisions made regarding those zoning classifications and compatibilities we just talked about, that we'll talk about in those tables, as well as a couple of text edits that were recommended. So going through each of the character areas for estate residential, the recommendation was to remove civic from this character area, and that was approved as a recommendation by the stakeholder committee. In addition, on the following page, there's an implementation strategy associated with each of the character areas, and the word typically in the first bullet was recommended to be deleted. For the suburban residential character area, this is the removal of PRD and civic as recommended. And then as well on the implementation strategy, in the second bullet, the word typically is recommended to be deleted. And then what I believe is the 8th bullet, the area should include supporting civic uses such as parks, schools, and places of worship is recommended to be deleted, since on the previous slide we're removing civic from the compatible zoning classifications. For neighborhood residential, this is a little bit more on it. This is two recommendations to add RS12 and RS City. Those are the two that came from the stakeholder committee as text edits. Those are actually the way that they had approved them in the first place, but they were incorrectly shown on the document. There's also the suggestion to consider creating RS24 and the removal of PRD from the compatible future zoning. For active neighborhoods, add RS18 is the one recommendation. For neighborhood serving, there are no changes to the compatible zoning classifications. However, there are two recommendations to the map change based on the other decisions made. So for example, if CX is added to the industrial flex character area, which we'll see on the map in a moment, then the area that is in the very center of the screen would be recommended to be changed to industrial flex character area instead of a neighborhood serving area. And then the other is over there on 92, which is to not change that from Parkway Village neighborhood serving character area. So if that were approved through the amendment process, then those two areas would come off of this map and show up on the other maps, which I'll show you in a moment. For commercial use, or commercial mixed use, excuse me, add RCC, which is cottage court, as well as remove RM3 and RX. For major activity, it's add RCC, remove RM3, RX, CH, and IX. No changes to the historic area downtown. Industrial flex, add CX is the one change to the compatible future zoning. And as noted earlier, if you do that, then we would want to suggest that the map here be changed to industrial flex character areas instead of the neighborhood that it was shown now. This is another text change. At the bullet there on the screen, the suggestion is to insert mixed use shall in front of that statement so that it would read mixed use shall allow additional types of development, including residential, single-family, attached, multifamily, loft, and non-residential. The Highway 9 character area, add RCC, remove RM3 and RX. Parkway Village, again, the only suggestion is to not change that area from Parkway Village to neighborhood serving character area, so they would switch from one map to the other. Holcomb Bridge Corridor or Holcomb Bridge Road, add PV, remove RTH and RM2. And then no change to the conservation and green space character area. I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council have any questions? No questions? Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak? Seeing no one come forward, do I have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, motion to approve item number 10.
Motion by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is unanimous. And for the record, Councilmember Tizer is not in attendance on this vote. Now we're adjourned. Thank you.